Honor the warrior. 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 Honor the warrior.
My brothers and sisters, let's get down to business. I'm called Dōshanko, otherwise known as He of the Beginning, and welcome to my temple. For those of you who have already seen the previous iteration of this topic, I need not explain, but if you guys are viewing this for the first time, I had conducted a ranking based off of all of my bomb defense for Call of Duty Ghosts, both for throwing knives and ricochet tubes, but it is solely for the bank shots, not straight up or long distance ones without bouncing, you know the deal. For those curious, I often find bank shots by myself through split screen, as I often do not have the teammates spotting me. Both in a private match and online games, it's usually the case. Now, for those of you who are wondering why I'm subjecting myself to 4+ additional hours of commentary, let me enlighten you. On the previous video, my commentary was almost lifeless and unenthusiastic. To subject my viewers, who are often my close friends, to listen to a video where I sounded like that did not really sit right with me in hindsight. And before anyone asked, I wasn't requested to improve my commentary. I do believe the viewers were generous in that for a tired person, 4+ hours of talking would undoubtedly drain the average person to such a degree. But I'm not an average person, far from it, and I don't need to prove that I am not average through talking per se. I think my bank shots already speak on my behalf. But my energy is also distinct, and I figure it will be a better treat for my subscribers if I were to add my own flavor to the clip shown. I also wanted to introduce something a little unorthodox to the bankshotting community, where I grade my bankshot spots. Since I constantly consume YouTube analysis, video essays, and estimates, I thought about grading my bank shots like I was a college professor, where my assignment would be fucking hell. My cat always breaks my concentration, so if you hear if you hear large thudding or anything like that in the background, like, that's her, and I do apologize. But as I was saying, like, I thought about grading my bank shots like I was a college professor, where my assignment would be, find the sickest bomb defense for Call of Duty Ghost, and my score translates in a way where if I were to task myself, it'd be something like this. Like, if I were to say, "Hey, little nigga, I want you to find the best bank shots you can with the structures each map gives you." The higher scores mean unique angles, breathtaking visuals, and creativity. Some bank shots have fewer bounces, but that said, the fewer bounces may be more impressive than those who have more. Depending on which each bounce does. Ghost is incredibly difficult to find bomb defense, so motion sensor spots are incredibly tough to pull off when the sensor is not your initial surface of ricocheting. So some of them will be deemed impossible because of a lack of consistency. As you see, this visual of split screen finding a bank shot, this was actually me finding a replacement bank shot to one that was rendered obsolete due to inconsistency. So you'll be able to see that here. But another thing, before I get really in depth with the video. So the previous iteration, I had more of the game audio legible, or I should say capable of being heard easier through headsets or microphones, but in this case the game audio is stifled because I had to re-download the large video file in which I used to make the entire video. I couldn't use the fractions anymore because I didn't have them in my storage unit, so I had to practically almost mute the pre-existing audio and then layer my commentary on top of it. But let's go. So here we go. For the score is going to be listed up top. We have in 242nd place, we have the 1 to 2 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on collision. This by far is like the worst bomb defend. Not that this is bad, but honestly, Collision's bomb A was just pure fucking cancer. You guys will be able to see in the kill cam what it does. It just goes across that metallic structure, or I can't even say structure, but metallic centerfold piece in the middle, and then bounces off a part of a wall, taking out the diffuser behind the corner. It's okay. I do not like it though. Fuck that. I have a grudge against that placement of the bomb. Next up, we have the 2 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Showtime. This requires you to go towards the middle of the map. Judging by the angle, I mean, you do bounce off of some of the fringes off of this central box here, which does render it a little bit creative, and it does skid off the floor to, leave a nice little, double bounce in there. But honestly, I could have found much better, but Showtime does not really accommodate you well with bank shots in general. So I just had to, I had to do what I could do. Oh boy. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Warhawk. I was literally about to retire this one because not only was it so simple, but I was just going like, you know what, I damn near forgot this bank shot even existed. I hit it on PS3 before, and then recently I hit it on PS4. So like, let me judge this kill cam here. I mean, it's very, very simple. It bounces off of one wall right here, and then in due time it will bounce off of a perpendicular wall, just missing the the void where a window would be, taking out the diffuser. Again, it's very lackluster for me. It's not a bad bank shot by any means. None of these are bad bank shots by decent standards. It's just I am my worst judge. So because I'm such a creative, out of the box thinker, when I look at shit like this, I mean, sure, this might seem like creativity points of 100 if you're like the average person viewing this, but again, like, I've been so experienced with finding bank shots for different games of Call of Duty alike, and quite honestly, I am my worst judge. And over the years I found some literal insane bomb defense, one that I even deemed more than perfect, which is damn near impossible conceptually, but we're rolling with it. This is late at night. Got my peppermint tea right over here, so my throat stays a little bit hydrated throughout the entire thing. But yeah, like, I was literally about to retire this one, and then like this clip happens where it just fucking hit it on a guy. I was just going like, oh well, like, I'm not enthusiastic about hitting it, but I mean, let's add it to the catalog, I guess. I mean, Call of Duty Ghost bank shots are tough to go by as it is, so it just adds to my collection and why I'm a credible bank shotter. Why I found all these damn spots. God, Jesus. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Octane. I did confirm it online, but let me talk about the angle first before we mention anything like that. So my initial surface is the HVAC unit that's over here, and the kill cam will show that it does bounce off of the bomb. It sometimes might do an additional bounce off of the ground, but I don't tend to count it because most times or not, like, the opponent is going to be right on the bomb, but the kill cam shows the additional bounce, so it if they happen to be that far, it doesn't just stick to the ground. It's one of those cases where I found this on PS3, and I was in my little infant stages of bank shotting, where I was going like, yeah man, like, this is pinnacle bank shotting right here, fuck yeah. And then, like, years later, I'm just looking like, what the fuck is this? Like, again, it's not bad, but it was just like, I could do so much better, and I did. I've hit so much better bank shots than this, but again, it's added to the catalog, so I can't complain there. The graphics did change from 2023 to 2024 in terms of visual markings and spots, and like on the markings for different objects and surfaces, the graphics did change a little bit. So when I had to readjust and find new tutorials for PS4, I had to kind of keep that in mind. Next up, it's another bank shot that I found for PS3 that I thought was sick, and then translated years later, I'm just going like, this ain't shit. But it's the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on free fall. This is one of the most risky spots you'll ever do, because you're wide out in the open here, and like, you have to line up with a wall, right? Like, you have to hit this on your first go or else you're fucked. And it's ironic I say that, because when I actually hit this online, I did not hit it on my first pellet. I actually, dude was like trying to defuse out of position or whatnot, and he didn't want to get hit by it, but he ended up getting hit by it. It was weird. But Oh man, if you do it right, I mean, it should bounce off the bomb again. To Why am I saying again? No, like it only bounces off the bomb once if the opponent is far back enough. But those opposing walls, I do like those opposing walls. Um, I mean, it's not unique by any means, but free fall is just a map that really, suffers structurally in terms of finding bank shots that are really sick. That's just part of the dynamic, but honestly, it's there. Next up, we have the 2-3 bounce strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Showtime. Like I said before, Showtime is not very accommodating when it comes to throwing knife spots, so this is kind of the pinnacle of what I could find. Now, you guys won't be able to really see from the kill cam even in slow-mo, but there are rectangular, I guess, parts of the stage that are in the background that I use to get a little angle here. And even when I slow it down, you won't really be able to see it. But it does, bank off the ground and going over to the diffuser. It might do an additional bank off the ground, but, it's okay. I think it's decent for Showtime. Next up, we have a one bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Sovereign. I hate this map. Get this map off my screen, really. Like, my rivalry with Sovereign will never end, but talking about the Bankshot itself, I mean, this one cuts through all the technology that's in the middle, doesn't get caught on anything regardless of any moving structures like that tank, that horrendous looking tank that, just is carried by machines. But again, it just skims straight through and taking out the diffuser. It's funny. When I hit this online, on both cases, I wasn't really expecting to get it hit, because, again, I hate Sovereign with a passion. Sovereign is one of those maps where, it's a decent sized map, I think, but they put the bombs, like, practically, like, like, I won't say right next to each other, but, I was recently playing on Modern Warfare 3, and I saw some of their, like, I guess maps where they do the, what is it called, Operation Gunfight or something like that, where they're just tiny, tiny maps, and, like, literally, this reminds me of that, not because the map is, like, tiny, it's not tiny, it's on the smaller end for a default map, but on the same, on the same fringe of things, the bombs are placed so close to one another that I literally thought this would be an Operation Gunfight type of map. And I'm so fortunate that this map did not get remade. But on the final time that I did it, I was actually explaining to my teammates. I was like, you know what? I was talking about me going for bomb defense and, hitting them online. Like, not just for me, but, like, showing to other people that this game is still playable for this type of shit. And then, as I'm describing it, I actually hit the fucking dude. I was like, oh. Like, I was very surprised. Again, since you guys can't hear the game audio all that much, I have to compensate it with commentary, and by God, that's a lot. But again, skim straight through. The reason why I didn't bank it lower is because I didn't want it to get caught on anything. So I'd rather just go straight over, be simple as that. It works. Next up, we have the one bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Collision. Collision is actually a pretty decent map when it comes to B side, but I lined up with that side of the broken bridge that overlooks over B bomb. The kill cam will illustrate it's not in slow-mo like the other ones, so as you can see here, it has like a 90-degree bank. I do like that one a lot. It's decent. Next up, this one is the 1-2 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Prison Break. I highly suggest having a teammate plant this one because, honestly, you're not going to be able to plant it and run to this position here. I use a lunar moth shaped, oh my goodness, a lunar moth shaped leaf over there, and it allowed me to throw the knife where it has a decent aerial view. The bank shot is kind of abysmal where it bounces off the side of the pipe. Maybe you'll get a riot shielder in the back, maybe not, but it's decent enough, honestly. It's just one of those freebies. Next up, we have the one bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Chasm. This one is kind of similar on like the collision spectrum side of things, where I bounce off of, you know, broken parts of structures that are near the bomb sites. In this one, there was a slanted debris of concrete or asphalt or whichever the one. But you'll see in the kill cam, you know, it just soars through, bounces off that slab, and then cuts straight over to B-bomb. I thought that was a pretty clean transition. Nice. Next up, we have the other one bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Sovereign. This one involves you being kind of underground, and you use, you know, the marksman rifle to line up just, you know, underneath here. There's pretty much an illusion here. It, like, the visual makes it appear like the throwing knife does more than what it actually does. It just goes through, you know, it cuts through so many different gaps on its way out just to bounce off of that wall, take out the diffuser behind the bomb. I mean, it's okay. Again, Sovereign, I hate it. Next up, we have the one bank, you know, no strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Dynasty. This one is a nice up and over one that kind of bounces off the tallest structure on the map, but it doesn't do anything flashy. You know, just, again, it's a one bank. But it does cut over, and it does go straight in the middle of the bomb, so if a teammate actually likes to plant in the middle of the bomb, you might be able to hit this without, you know, you needing to plant it yourself. But, you know, bounces off that side of the roof, drops all the way down. Clean transition. Next up, we have the two bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on regular strike zone. And yeah, I confirmed this 4+ times online. I'm not showing a tutorial on this. A tutorial is not necessary. I do not need to slow-mo the kill cam on this spot because it is very, you know, easy to predict here. It's just the two bounce that it travels in a linear fashion. It bounces off the ground twice. That's all it does. But, you know, it's very easy to set up. So, like, you know, all the times that I hit it online, a lot of folks, they just diffuse in a weird-ass way. I mean, you know, it cuts straight through. When tubes travel in a general direction, oftentimes you have a higher volume, or I should say, like, there's a larger volume of, you know, what is the term to hit a target? I don't know. I don't know what that term is when you, like, the probability of you killing a target. Fuck. But anyways, like, I'll just use that full on, you know, the probability of killing your target is, you know, increased when you have a general surface area on which your tube can cover. If it just sticks to the ground, you know, your surface area does decrease, but if you have a wider surface area or a longer surface area, then your chances drastically increase. So, you know, there have been some occasions where I did not get the final guy, but there have been occasions where, you know, I should have hit that guy with a throwing knife to get a double kill. I have no idea why I decided to, you know, do the shield or whatever the fuck. That made no sense to me, but we're gonna keep it rolling. I always was kind of slow a little bit. This was just pathetic. Like, look at that. Dude's right in front of me and I'm missing all those damn knives. And I claim to be one of the best throwing knife users. Oh man. Yeah, the struggle is real. Don't judge me, okay? I've hit some of the sickest throwing knives you'll ever see. But don't judge me, okay? But yeah, I planted the bomb right in front of the old pro shop. You guys pretty much know what it is. And the when I say I hit it online 4+ times, there has been a clip where it's only 10 seconds and it's not even showcasing the full kill cam of me hitting the spot, so I didn't really bother to put it in here. But like it's so repetitive, and I'm thinking about like the other bomb defense that I've hit like more than 3 times. I'm just going like, what the hell am I supposed to do here? Like giving commentary over that shit. That's real. But, you know, Bob, you know, tapped him right in the fucking forehead. Oh man. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Now, like, They make what is it? My enemies make it hard for me to do this shit. Like I'm paranoid. Every time I go in that area, there's always somebody in the back. So like I'm just like, oh god. Like I always have to wait until there's one guy left or some shit like that. Typically, if I have a full scream. No, what the fuck? That doesn't even sound like a mistake. That just sounds like utter idiot. I lost it. I fucking lost the joke. We're gonna edit that out. But is it idiocracy? I think it's idiocracy. Something like that. Hopefully that's the word. But like, yeah, I'm still tired. Maybe I need some more tea. Maybe I don't. I don't know. It seemed like I'm high on energy as it is. But, you know, that last guy didn't defuse there, and I'm just going like, what the fuck? Because I thought, he's not AFK, so he's just like, well, fuck it, just not going to defuse. That's what happens a lot of the times. There's people who know I'm going for bank shots, and they just choose not to defuse. That rhymed. Bars. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Mutiny. This map was incredibly dry in terms of an atmosphere. I get why some people like it because of the pirate ship, but honestly, I don't like it. That said, I did manage to find some sick bomb defense in spite of it, so I used this wall right here. It cuts straight over across the boat, but the kill cam will showcase a little something extra to the kill, one that I wasn't expecting. So, you know, as it soars in the air like a fucking eagle, you know, it managed to bounce off, you know, both sides of the bomb like a little ping pong ball and just touch the diffuser. Had it not bounced off the bomb twice there, I would not even put this on the fucking list. That's real. I do not like that. Next up, we have the 2-bounce, I'm about to say ricochet tube. No, it's a strong arm throwing knife for Bomb A on Overlord. This conceptually is not mine, but the execution and the lineup type is mine. I think Nexus found, you know, this spot, but like I just altered it so it would at least be distinctive on my end. But, you know, you bounce off the inner part of that door, and the kill cam will illustrate to you that it cuts through and bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser towards the center of the bomb. Overlord's A-bomb is in a horrendous position, much like Collision. There are some bankable, you know, shits that you can get in there, but it's just hell to find. Oh, Lord. Next up, we have our first Octane bomb defend for Bomb B. And it's a 3-bounce ricochet tube. I found that the initial surface that the tube bounces off of is kind of creative. You know, it is the top of this little, you know, side of the brick. The side of the brick is actually very, very narrow, but the aesthetic afterwards did lower the points in my opinion, in spite of that. But it's still decent by standards. It's just, I don't know, like, I thought it could have done so much better. But alas, you know, that's what I got, where it bounced off the wall and ground, taking out the diffuser on the side. Oh man. Gotta be careful here. Next up, we have the 1-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Sub-Zero. The graphic will correct it. There we go. Where you plant in the middle. You go on this side where everybody likes to climb. Lining up with this, this is actually sloped. This is not straight, like, you know, it's not a flat structure. You'll see on the left hand side that it's actually angular, or, you know, sloped again. So that's what allows the tube to bounce in the way it does, going straight over, soaring in the air, taking out the diffuser. That's actually a relatively creative line back. No, lineup for a 1-banker. Next up, we got the 1-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Freefall. This is the most notorious, you know, bomb defend that I pretty much have, because I've hit this a record of 13 times, and, you know, I don't, I've explained this tons and tons of times, but, you know, over the course of the kill cam shown, you know, I'll, you know, bring analysis on it, but, you know, the kill cam saw that it went through all those minor objects going straight up in the air like Apollo 13. But we're not going to talk about that. That's classified. In any event, when I think of this bank shot, first you got to look at the positioning. So you're in your ghost spawn is actually very, very close to B-bomb. And that helps so much when you have a full team, because your team is more inclined to defend the bomb. And because everything is in close proximity, you have a larger access, or I should say, general knowledge of when players are going to defuse the bomb. I think it's more of a gift that it's so close, because again, like, you can cut into an area where you can have your teammates defend you from behind. It'd be perfect, all that jazz. And I use that to my advantage here. Ignore that graphic that just appeared in the text box. Like, ignore that middle text box. That didn't happen. Okay, none of the commentary got replaced. I just copied and pasted from one clip to another, and literally there's no sound that you can hear from it. So yeah, no. But as I was saying, the positioning of the Bankshot is actually a little funny. Since I like to use a golden riot shield, when you're in the middle of something bright like fire, I believe the fire actually, like, I won't say blinds your opponents, but I think because your shield is very, auric and shiny, I do think that in a way, it, how there's a spider called the mirror spider where it refracts light in several different directions. It scatters it, and it kind of confuses predators as to what position they're going to be from, or getting away from, or anything like that. I kind of equate that to the riot shield when you're in this type of position, because straight up, again, it's so shiny that people might be more inclined to just look past you. This map is relatively dull, and anything that does shine is not typically associated with a person on this map. And even if you use thermal, like I was gonna say, if you use thermal, you won't be able to see jack shit, especially if you're right next to fire. So like, that doesn't help. And like, people just are more inclined to run past me. It's actually the most hilarious thing. That's like what allowed me to hit the bank shot so much. Well, it's not the main reason, but it is one. It is one reason. But as I was gonna say, the other major reason of why I was able to hit this bomb defend as frequent as I do, like, I think I managed to hit this bomb defend once every like 3 games that I attempted. And freefall does appear a lot because there's a decent amount of folks who play Search and Destroy who do not have the DLC. So by extension, a lot of the default maps, including this one, showcase a lot. But you'll see the position in which the tube lands is kind of behind, the broken walls. Not just that broken wall, but like, you'll see almost like a cubby area made out of debris. And this was actually a pretty awesome clip. This is one of the very few like bomb defense spots that are so close to the bomb that even after you hit it, you can still run to the bomb and finish off any remaining enemies that might be in the area, which again is not a typical occurrence for bomb defense, so that's a blessing in disguise. But what I was gonna say is, you see where I'm planting right here? People are more inclined to plant and defuse here because it appears they have the most amount of cover in doing so. And that's the thing. This spot directly lands where they believe they would have the most cover. And by extension, increases the probability of them getting hit. Now, I did say earlier that if your tube does travel in a general direction, you do have a higher surface area of getting the tube hit on the target. But what helped me hit this spot as many times as I did was because they planted in an area where they thought they were going to have the most cover. And I do believe that the positioning of the bomb when you plant it and the spot that lands where you plant it is definitely a key factor. Even if it doesn't have an additional bounce to it. Like, you see this, like, it travels in linear motion, and as long as people are along the right edge of that little cubby area made out of the broken debris, I mean, most chances are not you're probably gonna hit this spot. I need to take a fucking drink. Give me a moment. if you guys hear that, you know, my apologies. Throat's gotta, I say throat's gotta get wet somehow. That, god damn it. Oh no. That sounds oddly sexual. We're gonna edit that out. We're gonna edit all that out. What is wrong with me? Okay. I think we're kind of, coming on the cups. The cups. We're coming on the cups. Oh god. Why can't I stop saying fuck shit, man? Oh no. I am not having anywhere as near as much problems as I did on the previous video when just giving commentary over this, because there's just so much fuck shit that I'm saying, off the top of my head that does not sound right, and it's giving me plenty of time to kind of just fill in and like narrate like a fucking idiot. But use this spot at your own discretion. I've used this spot so many times and hit it so many times that like whenever I'm in the game, people who have been hit by this, which is a lot, they will instantly check this, the corner that I'm in because of how frequent I hit it. Means I'm a threat. Means I'm a threat. He's black. Means I'm a threat. No. But yeah, like seriously, you gotta be careful, because when you hit all these things by yourself, or chances are not, people are not gonna truly protect you, like that. And I don't expect my teammates to, protect me as I'm going for this. I don't even expect my teammates to kind of agree with me going for these. Because, at the time that I started hitting these, it was during a time where a lot of people didn't know who I was, and when they saw me go for this shit, they were like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, I had to be almost selfish, like, to hit a lot of these bomb defends, because, again, a lot of folks didn't know who I was, and even though they saw and like, yeah, it's pretty fucking awesome that you do that, they're not as inclined to let me get the final kill, which is completely understandable. I'm not faulting that style. I mean, you play Search and Destroy, you play it to win, but in my case, for me, I have, like, it's hard to explain, but when you have something creative, when you have a creative vision, I should say, you are more obsessed with getting, that accomplished by any means, that it kind of becomes your drive. And again, it might annoy a lot of people that I go for these bomb defends, and practically sometimes I fuck my team over in the process, which I do sometimes feel bad about. But at the same moment and at the same point in time, like, I know that if I wasn't this way, I would not be able to hit anywhere near as much bomb defense as I did on Ghost. So I'm incredibly grateful that I am this way, even though it might not be the ideal bank shotter's way. I know a lot of bank shotters prefer having a clan to spot them, and it is indeed much less stressful to have a clan, peruse and spot you. That's perfectly fine, and I actually urge you guys to do that if you guys are beginning bank shotters, or if you guys have already found 6 spots of your own. Do try to coordinate with that, like, with a team or with a group of friends or something like that, because believe me, you're gonna benefit from that a lot. And like, it's just, second nature. But again, for me, it's not that I don't get along well with groups. I just, like, I'm so used to being a lone wolf that I don't want to burden anybody else, if that makes sense. Like, I don't like burdening people. And when it comes to groups, either I do most of the work, or I like, I'm just completely ignored. Again, not all groups are like that. There have been quite a few groups that have been more inclusive towards me, because I think they gravitate towards like a similar personality or likes or wants. It's perfectly fine. It's just not my forte. Can I get along well with a group? Absolutely. And I'll, support a group 100%. But, like, again, I'm so used to hitting bank shots by myself that, like, it's just second nature for me to, go, without a group. But, again, coordinate this with people. That's what Face the Mountain entails, I believe. Now, I think we're coming on the cusp of the, final clips of me hitting the spot. Like, it's crazy. Every time I describe this, I'm going like, am I done with this spot yet? Am I done with this yet? Like, it's fucking nuts. And what score did I give this? I wonder what score. Is this like a 75? Like, I hope it's a 75. Hopefully it's a 75. Because it's so fucking frequent. I mean, on free fall of all maps, I mean, the structures are not all that suited for bank shotting, but, I did what I could here. It was definitely the bank shot that I hit the most, so, like, I've hit more bank shots on free fall than I have for, like, every DLC, like, all the DLC combined, so I guess that counts for something. But just in general, like, I think that's, like, kind of a world record of hitting bank shots and shit, because, like, literally, I've not heard of a single person hit a bomb defend 10 times. Like, maybe 5, maybe twice, maybe 3, like some of those things, but I've never saw a bank shotter hit a bomb defend, 10 plus times, let alone 13. So, there you go. If you guys actually do try this spot and hit it, tag me, please. I would love to see people hit this bomb defend. It's very easy to do. Anybody could do it. You just gotta know where to go and where to shoot. And that goes with all of them, but especially this one, because the lineup is not as complicated as the other ones. So, like, you're pretty much in the clear. Just make sure I'm not on your enemy team, because if you go for this, I will look for you. Oh man, I'll make your job hard. I can't say that in good confidence. I can't. But I do believe that's the final clip in which I hit the tube defend. So, after this kill cam, get this spot off my screen, please. Get it out of here, please. Next up, we have the 2-bank strong arm thrower knife for bomb A on Siege. Siege is actually very interesting in terms of finding bank shot lineups. This one is also, like, no exception to the rule. You get in this corner right here. You line up with a slanted debris, or not even slanted debris, but like the top debris off of this roof. It does do an additional bounce off of a roof, towards the left-hand side, as you'll see in the kill cam. Very smooth transition where it just like almost glides over and just, it almost looks like it's something about to drop in somebody's pocket or something like that. You know how change just sometimes falls into your pocket? That feels like a throwing knife going into this dude's back pocket. We're going to edit that out. Anyways, we have the 1-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on ignition. This one I found, like, since PS3, and this one was actually a very creative lineup where you use the staircase on the top of this structure that's back here in such a way where it just, provides a wonderful aerial, view after that initial bank shot and takes out the diffuser with grace and elegance. I might need that water again. But yep, just skid straight over. Thought it was very creative. Wow. How about to say voila, but it did not come out right. Next up, we have another spot that I found since PS3, which is the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Stormfront. Make sure the struck is not destroyed, otherwise it interferes with the lineup. And once you're finished, you want to look towards the tire that's towards the... Well, I don't have to say that. Redundancy. You just want to look towards the tire and, pause the video if you need to see it. But, it might seem straightforward and it might not seem like it has much of an angle, but after it bounces off of the asphalt, it does bounce off of a small ledge which leads into B with minimal problems at all. Goes straight towards the middle. I thought that was pretty cool, even for my modern standards. So, yeah, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Next up, we have the 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Octane. Let me put this down for a second. So, right here, you'll see that I use the gap between 2 walls, the gas station and this other... Fucking, I don't even know what that is. But You see the growing knife? Oh my goodness. The throwing knife clears the gap quite well. It just barely skids past the transformer that's kind of blocking the passageway and then bounces off the sand. It might bounce off of it like 2 times, but I usually just count the one. It's swiggity with me. Next up, we got the 2 bounce ricochet tube. Bomb B, 1 out of 3 on mutiny. That rhymed. You want to use the picket fence almost, and line up with that wood. It's gonna be wood to wood. That's not gay or sus at all. But you see it, it bounces off of that wall, and then it goes straight up, and then bounces off of a large tree branch, just dropping down in the middle of the bomb. Glorious kill cam. What can I say? My kudos to the chef. Next up, thinking about it in hindsight, I probably should have placed this one in the previous spot, but you know what, we're gonna get there. Anyways, it's the 1 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on freight. From my position, this was the best I could do. Provides a wonderful aerial visual where, it soars over some high buildings, taking out the diffuser. It just barely goes over the barbed wire, wall as well. So, there is that, but, there are definitely better bank shots on here. I just thought that was a breathtaking visual, and it was. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Stonehaven, and I did hit this online. Bomb A on Stonehaven is incredibly difficult to find any type of bomb defend for, so the fact if you could find one, my kudos to you, because that's tough. But to explain the angle itself, let's talk about it. So I go prone, essentially lining up with this wall. I can't even call it a wall. This is like, I don't know. But it bounces off of that surface, and then it cuts through the damaged ceiling, and then bounces off that side wall there, cutting inside of the building perfectly. I like that angle. Very resourceful bank shot. Now, this is one of the more impressive clips to my resume because, honestly, this was essentially me clutching the round and hitting the last guy with the bomb defend. Those are a dime a dozen. They are very rare, and I still think my clip on Octane is the most impressive bomb defend clip ever because of the severity behind the situation. In this bomb, it's on a map where tons of snipers thrive. I expect to get sniped. Like, I felt like a snail, right? Or a turtle, I should say. I felt like a turtle with a shell. And if I so much just turned the wrong way, my abdomen or my backside could have been easily taken out or picked apart by the vultures, aka snipers. But fortunately for me, I was running towards the opposite side of where they all were, just to kind of give myself some time to figure out what I was gonna do. I typically never go to the castle, so my common sense told me never go to the castle, and I listened. I did see some snipers off to the distance on A, and they're like, it's by the grace of God that I was able to take out these snipers the way that I did. Like, I only had 1 throwing knife left, and I did well. Let's just say I did well. Went around this little passageway. I'm very surprised I didn't get shot here. And then I just went to town on that guy. This other dude was using off the grid, but since he was getting close, bopped him. And yeah, right here. This was the moment of truth. It was a buzzer beater type of situation, and luckily he was far, far away from me. So the only problem I have with this bomb defend is it really depends on the first shot you take, because anytime you're prone, or if you look too high up and you have to fire a tube, your sights will automatically recenter a lot lower than what your original lineup was, so you have to kind of re-look at it again. But it just requires a lot of precision, and luckily this is a very easy lineup. I did it right, so I can't fault myself for that. I might need to take some tea like it's a fucking drug. Oh god. I'm all over the place. We're gonna edit all that out. Next up, we have the one bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Gold Rush. This one is in a location I do not highly advise you be in, but it works. You want to be in this corner right here and line up with your marksman rifle at the stalagmite in a distance there. And it should bounce off of a slope that will allow you to have the throwing knife bounce over a nearby set of rocks that are just blocking the track's path over here. So luckily I was able to find that it worked. Very decent angle. Fucking Gold Rush. Next up, we have the one bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on ignition. Like Gold Rush's bomb A on ignition is incredibly isolated, but there are workable angles to, work around that. I lined up with this particular, inner portion of this structure, the wreckage, and, it just curves all the way through, taking out the diffuser. I thought that was pretty decent, Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for Unearth for bomb B. This one involves you going practically near A side, and you line up with this, I don't want to call it, we'll just call it a shelf. Or no, it's not even a shelf, what the fuck? It looks nothing like a shelf. It looks, what are those things called? I have no idea. I had a brain fart on the highest level. I have no idea what that is. But, I bounced the tube off of that surface, and, it does an additional bounce off the bomb where it goes off the nose and just boings straight up and lands back down. Had it not bounced off the bomb there, it probably would not have, got much higher. Next up, we have the first retired bomb defend. It was the 2 bank strong arm for, not even strong arm, no, it's no strong arm throwing knife for the bomb A on flooded. I was fascinated with this far wall that's over towards the garage area. I always wanted to see where a throwing knife would go if I decided to, take it in that direction. Like, the visual was sick, but again, the inconsistency, if I was so much as a hair off, the throwing knife would either land behind the bomb or in front of the bomb, and I could not take that chance on an online game unless somebody was playing the bomb directly where the throwing knife landed and I did not move a muscle. But what are the chances of that happening, right? It does bounce off of the slanted debris, but honestly I found a better version. So whenever I retire a bomb defend, I tend to look for an updated version that kind of surpasses it. So this one right here, which is the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, I use the barbed wire fence wall, as a surface, and then the tube goes straight up and then bounces off of the slanted debris, but the angle of it is actually backwards. So you'll see in the kill cam how stark a change in this angle it is, where there's just a tiny part of the structure, or not even structure, but the debris that allows the tube to bounce backwards into the diffuser. I thought that was a pretty nice one on the fly. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Favela. This one, for Favela, this is probably the worst bomb defend, but it's still decent compared to some of the other ones. Favela is rich with very good bomb defense. This one requires that I shoot it off the concrete slab, and then also it bounces off of the wall of that neighboring building, and then bounces off the bomb. Again, it's decent. I probably could find something better from that position, but I chose to keep it where it was. Next up, we have by far probably one of the most creative bomb defense for bomb A on Octane, where you essentially line up with this tanker over here. And remember how I said Octane was structurally kind of, has a deficit of, structural ambiguity. And, it counts here, but I actually managed to find something incredibly creative where it bounced off this tanker and bounced off of the nose of the Humvee neighboring next to A, where it goes straight over, taking out the diffuser. I thought, incredibly creative for this limitation. Oh man. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, 1 of 2. And this one involves you going in this building right here. I tried doing this from a distance, but it didn't work, so I was inside the actual building. But I always wanted to find a tube defend that went through this, these cracks in the wall. Or not cracks, but these, like, I can't say indents either, but just voids in the wall. I ended up bouncing it out the window, but, if it went through either side, I would have been happy. So it bounces off the ceiling here, and then just barely bounces past this building's leg to take out the diffuser standing in the fire. Don't worry, if you stand in that fire, you won't burn. It's just an aesthetic effect. Need some look. Next up, we got the 2 to 3 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on ignition. This one I also confirmed on mine. I like the angle a lot. It's a very smooth transition where it bounces off of, this, I guess, pipeline structure or whatever the hell it is. And it just skims off of one of the surfaces that's very close to the open flames and then skids off the ground, taking out the diffuser, as the kill cam will illustrate. Oh man, I do really like that one. And when I hit it online, it was that much sweeter. Now what? I'm gonna drink some of that tea. I need some of that, that mint on my throat. I make my tea sweet. I make my tea very sweet. But as you can see, I was kind of searching around for the guy over here. I was like, yeah, let me see where he is. Let me see it. Happens to be one of my good friends. And like I was very afraid that he would defuse it immediately, and I think I got hit with a slow stick here because I could have thrown much earlier than I did, but for whatever reason I did not release the throwing knife in time, and you'll see that for a good bit of DLC maps here. But that said, I swear, man, I was so mad I didn't get the kill cam there. I was like, how the fuck did he defuse that fast? But, it's whatever. Next up, we got the 1, 2, 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Pharaoh. Bomb B on Pharaoh is incredibly isolated, but I managed to get a lineup where you have to line up with the cavity in this particular building's roof and, fire your tube where it travels all the way over there. And the reason why I said 1, 2, 3 instead of, just 1 is sometimes the tube can travel straight up and just land, but other times the tube can land on the box that's right next to where I planted, and sometimes it can also bounce off of the bomb if it's at a steep enough angle, but sometimes it just bounces off to the side and takes out the opponent right about there. So, all depends on what you do. Next up, we got the last 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Octane. This one visually is the best out of the 3, even though it might not be the most creative. I mean, the fact that you can get an angle off of this particular sign, how narrow it is, it does provide a wonderful visual where it does bounce off of the roof of the adjacent building presiding over A. But again, visually it's just breathtaking, and that gave me all the inclination that I needed for it to be above the other 2. Next up, we have the 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on free fall. Like I said, structure is not too geared in my favor for this map. But as you can see, I bounced off of this, this broken wall right here. And the tube often doesn't do a 4th bounce, but what really impresses me about this spot is because of how high it goes, I did not expect it to bounce off the ground, and it did. It bounced off the the wall and the ground a couple of times before taking out the diffuser. But it's rare to see that 4th bounce, but it's still very effective. But you have to cut into their spawn though, so that kind of annoys me. Next up, we got the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Sovereign. I confirmed it online, but the first thing you gotta do is shatter those windows, or else this tube will not work, unfortunately. So you want to line up with these set of boxes over here and then fire your tube when ready. I found this one on PS3 as well. As you can see, it goes off that and then bounces off part of that roof, taking out the diffuser. Now, when I confirmed this online, I told this like time and time again, and I don't feel like, really saying it another time, but let's do it. Let me get a little bit closer here. I think when I stand, my voice travels at a larger distance and frequency. So that was my toe that cracked. Since I usually use my throwing knife in order to, gauge the lineup, at least when I hit this on I hit this in the early days, of me being on PS4. I got a PS4 that was in 2021, I believe. So when I hit this, a lot of the visual markings and graphics were different. I didn't know to use the marksman rifle at the time, so I used the throwing knife as a substitute. So I kind of had to guesstimate it with the castet, but I didn't hit it in time. It does have quite a bit of hang time on its own, so that's a problem. Next up, we have the leaning one bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on ruins. Now, ruins I love because I found some of the sickest bomb defense on ruins, and B is incredibly isolated on its own. But when you lean, you actually manage to find Bankshot you manage to hit a Bankshot off of this rock formation, cutting all the way into that area. Again, very, very effective. Let me put this headset down. It's on my neck and it feels like it's just strangling me. It could be my necklace. But when I hit this online, it's in an area where a lot of people love to plant. And fortunately for me, I don't have to plant this myself. Every time I plant the bomb, people are more hardwired to figure out where the fuck I am. So, I was very grateful that my teammates planted this in a spot where I can hit it. And, that's just pretty much it. There's a lot of decent angles on ruins that nobody really cared to search for. I get it, where people don't like bouncing their, throwing knives and tubes off of rock surfaces because they can be a tad inconsistent, but for the most part, these are very consistent. It just depends on what you find, how precise you are, and, I guess your level of practice going into it, really. But yeah, there is a fascination with this spot that I absolutely love. Both times I didn't get the kill cam, unfortunately. I was outnumbered both times, and I couldn't really finish them off the way I'd hoped. But, I still took away that I hit this Bankshot twice in 2 separate games, So, I still think it's a win-win in my case. I need to drink some water again. My voice is getting fucking dry. Gotta do what you gotta do. Next up, we got the 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on freight. I was about to say tremor for a second. But what I really like about this one, even though I found this in the early stages on the PS4, the 4th bounce is going to be the most important bounce here because it travels in a general direction, and it could do one of 2 things depending on how you line it up. If you line up with just your castet, you're probably going to be able to hit one side, but if you do it like I did it, it should go right over, bounce off of these boxes, off of these 2 neighboring walls, and then bounce off the ground to angle towards the opponent. But like I said, when you're going for this online, you have to be very wary of where you plant because your enemy could defuse from behind that wall, like that kind of separates, A-bomb from Owens or something like that. You got to be careful. You want to plant it as close to the bomb as possible. You don't want to plant towards the wall because again, they can diffuse. They can diffuse like outside of the wall if you are really that unfortunate. But yeah, again, the 4th bounce is the most important. You don't even need a 5th bounce really. as you can see here, just drops on behind. A lot of people like to defuse in that area because they believe they have the most cover, which, I mean, I can't fault them for that. I mean, keep doing it. You know, you keep going. You're doing good. You're doing good. You know, it's just like trying to lower your dinner onto the fucking table. Trying to lower your dinner onto the table. What type of shit am I talking about? No, trying to lower your, like, imagine if you're poaching, you know, and you know, get some wild quail or some duck or something like that. Maybe get some chicken or something, and you're like trying to get it into a trap. Like, and granted, I don't hunt, so I rarely have room to speak about this. I'm just making an analogy here. That's kind of what I feel like I'm doing whenever I'm going for this particular bomb defend. Again, the visual graphics have changed, so when I did my tutorial for it earlier, I had to use a marksman rifle. But prior to it, I was just able to use my throwing knife crosshair as a guideline, and it worked. But again, like, you know, practice it well, because it does land in a highly populated diffusing spot. And, you know, you're probably going to hit this. Oh, man. Maybe it's my necklace. Hold on. Oh, man. Next up, we have practically a gag bomb defend here. We have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on siege. And not that this isn't sick, because I do think the area in which I lined it up off of, like, you know, bouncing it off of this damaged, you know, concrete wall is definitely a unique angle. And then, you know, the second bounce also bounces off of, you know, that sloped surface that, you know, allows you to climb into these other buildings. But the problem is the second bounce just goes too high. Like, that's it. Like, you have to be crouched or standing up for it to work. I don't like spots like that. Truly ruins the aesthetic for me. Next up, we have the the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Showtime. This, I think, was one of my first tube defends on Showtime, and it did not disappoint. When I was on search and destroy lobbies for Showtime, honestly, I got very close to hitting this on several occasions. I had to practice it some more, because I figured out what I was doing wrong, which, you know, made my spot keep missing. But yeah, like, it goes off of that wall, off of this wall, bounces off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser in that center of that diamond there. Yeah, buddy. I thought it was dope. Ooh. For Showtime standards, anyway, that's pretty dope. Next up, we got the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, the only ricochet tube spot for bomb B on fog, where you go essentially in Federation spawn, line up in the middle of this barrel, and then, you know, line up your cassette as shown. It doesn't do anything extracurricular. You know, it does bounce off the ground for the second bounce, but it does cut through the door area, which, you know, it's pretty isolated for a tube defend. But as you can see, it does have some height on it, and it does land appropriately, taking out the diffuser. Maybe it's my tiger's eye. Maybe I gotta take out my tiger's eye. Oh man. Next up, we got the the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on freight, 2 of 2. This is one of the rare cases where the 2 of 2 bomb defend is actually, you know, worse than the first. But in this occasion, like, this tube defend bounces off of this wall over here, where it bounces off of a set of lumber pallets, and then goes off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. I don't care much for this spot, but it's not bad by any means. It's creative for freight, but it's not anything special, in my opinion. Next up, I almost forgot to put this spot on here, which is the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Chasm. Chasm's bomb A is incredibly isolated, naturally, so, you know, using the ceiling as a guideline for the bank shot, not to mention the placement of the bomb in which you have to plant, it's very risky, it's very far away, and the chances of your enemy not defusing in position is very high. As you can see, it bounces off the ceiling, bounces off the road, and then bounces off of the side of the station wall, taking out the diffuser. I mean, it's not bad. Chasm is pretty tough. Next up, we have the 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on trimmer, and I've hit this on mine 3 times. There's like an invisible corner you can kind of, merge with, and then, line up with this wall as shown. Well, I fired a little bit too early on the tutorial there, but the second one usually gets it. Oh, man, I am so fucking tired, bro. I am so tired. But I'm trying. You can see the enthusiasm is at an all-time higher level, where it goes off there. I forgot to slow-mo that, but it does bounce off the ground over the ambulance and then dribbles off the wall and ground, And you see the kill cam here. I like that one a lot because a lot of people like to diffuse out of position, and if it bounces, like I was gonna say, if they diffuse behind where I planted or on the side of where I planted, they will still get hit, which is perfect. I need spots to get people like that, truly. So, yep, second one did it. Oh man, I need to get this one necklace off of me. Just trying my best. It's damn near strangling my neck. I'm getting fatter, so a lot of the things that used to fit me before, they're kind of like there's like a stranglehold almost. So I'm trying my best to get it off gently. Managed to do so. And there's just one last thing on my neck, which is the letter J. Oh, but I don't feel it. I cracked my neck without touching it. We gonna edit that out. This is the final clip in which I actually got it, where I gave the other person the slip. I can't appreciate the position because I do run in that area where people do not expect any bomb planner to be, going for this shit. So, it's perfect. Honestly, it's perfect. It's the definitive ricochet tube that you can go for on this map. Like, I can't stress it enough. Oh man. Joing, doing, doing, doing. I ain't never seen an ass like that. Next up, we got the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on freight. First of the 2, you plant in the shadow here, and then you want to go along this wall, line it up with the triangle over here with the bottom part of your cast that crosshair and shoot your tube, where it has a tremendous amount of hang time, and I do believe the visual is much better. Breathtaking, where it goes off of those pallets, off of the wall, and then bounces off the ground a final time. Again, I do really like that one. And I've hit this online twice, as you see. The first time, here's the thing. Your positioning when you plant it is going to be very important here, because it does have a larger surface area in which you can potentially hit it. But the problem is, because it has a near 5-second hang time, you are going to need to fire this either right as your enemy is diffusing or right before your enemy starts diffusing. So you gotta make sure that you time this perfectly. Otherwise, you might not be able to hit it in time, as the first clip actually does show. Now, at the time, I did have a problem with my first controller where it was veering off to the left and right beyond my control, and I had to eventually get a new controller that kind of counteracted that particular problem. But man, that's the thing. Some of these bomb defense I've actually hit while the control with a bad controller. So there's that. I completely forgot to mention that. But in this occasion, I actually managed to clutch it up. I did manage to get 1 kill there, and then I don't know why. I was playing I had 1 sensitivity. What the fuck was going on there? But I was just essentially, I ran for my life and went into that wall, and did everything that you saw me do in the tutorial. Everything you saw me do in the first time that I hit this or whatever the hell. So, you gotta do what you gotta do. Again, that visual never gets old. That one, oh man, bro went spread eagle for me. Next up, we got the other 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on regular strike zone. This one I like because you're angled up against the statue's kneecaps. I don't know why, you just want to shoot somebody in the damn kneecaps. But the tube does bounce off of the roof of the pro shop and then just barely manages to, touch on the area in which you planted. It does provide a breathtaking visual. The angle is unique. So, I can't complain with it. It's very nice. Oh man. Next up, we got the 2-bounce strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on flooded. Again, bomb B on flooded is incredibly isolated, like a lot of different maps on here, but I managed to find one where it bounces off the side of one of the frames in the window. I didn't, hit it the first time, but then I got it the second time. And after it hits one of the window frames, it does bounce inside the building and bounce off the ground. As you'll see here, very, very unique lineup. I thought that was incredible for the limitations that B-Bomb does provide. So, yay me. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Stonehaven. This is another case where the second one that I found is actually lesser than the first. But as you can see, I'm lined up against a wall here, and I have to go eventually to the other side. But what I like about this is that it's a tube defend that bounces off of the battlements of the castle, and I always wanted to find a tube defend that, did just that, but I found a throwing knife bomb defend that kind of exceeded that. But again, tube defend did bounce off the battlement, and it barely, travels all the way over there, so no harm done. Next up, we got the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 1 of 4. This one involves you going over towards this fence using an initial lineup, because you're with a barbed wire fence and those patterns are just gonna, give you hypnosis. So, once you're ready, you line up with your tube and takes out the opponent, where again, bounces off the fence, bounces off the ground, bounces off the wall, and bounces in front of the bomb. It's a very risky plant, but you can probably get it done. Next up, we got the 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on freight. This one is actually pretty decent. We're going to use those same boxes that I used on my 4 to 5 bounce, but we're going to do it from a different angle, where you bounce off the side of this building right here, and then it's going to bounce off the side of the boxes, not on top this time. But it just makes sure that it dribbles all the way over. It does, bounce and hit one of the building walls, and just, takes out the opponent's feet. You have to get mort, not defeat. Oh boy. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on containment. This was actually the first DLC bomb defend that I've ever found. And whether it's PS3, PS4, whatever. This is the first DLC spot that I ever found. I found this, side of the building over here was the perfect angle, and it's quite unorthodox as well, that it would just be glaring right at me. But you just stare towards the shining light, and it travels all the way over, through the railing, off the ground, and the sealed wall, or sealed doorway I should say, taking out the diffuser. But they do have the crouch in order to get hit by this, which is the only thing I don't like. But it works. When I hit this online, I had a teammate plan it, but they weren't trying to plan it for me. Of course, they were trying to just play the game. But luckily there was somebody trying to defuse, and I managed to hit him, and knew there was somebody behind me, so I took him out. But man, I was just, imagine if that was the final kill.
Oh man. Oh man.
Do not be so picky. When there is a bank, there's a crank.
trying to sound like Master Oogway and I'm failing miserably. Next up, we got the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on collision. This one you want to, line up your tube with this wall that looked like it got bit by jaws. And once you line up with your tube, it does go straight up towards the left and then bounce off of the debris that's hanging towards the left hand side of B bomb. Back towards a contradictory angle towards the right. You'll see it in the kill cam. Me explaining it doesn't really do it justice, but everything I described, there is a slight visual where everything is transparent, but it's fine. Next up, we got the 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on octane. I do not like the positioning of this one. This one is just one of those ones where it exists. It's still okay, but it exists. I don't like it at all. Bouncing off this generator here, or I should say electrical box, and it bounces off of a nearby wall and then dribbles off the ground the rest of the way. It's so pathetic to me, but again, it works. It does work. It does have some reach to it, and it just fucking it nubs him in the damn toe, and they kill him. Real life physics be damned. Next up, we have the other bomb defend for bomb A on Overlord. The most atrocious, no, it's not the most atrocious, but it's one of the most atrocious bombs I've ever had to find a defend for. But you have to go prone right here to make a lineup, and then line up with this doorway. Once you line up with your marksman rifle, excuse me. Once you line up with the the top of that doorway, it does bounce downwards to such a degree where it does bounce off the ground a couple of times, just enough to take out the diffuser. I thought that was very clean and very sick for the limitations that this map provides. Next up, we got the other 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Showtime. This one involves you planting the bomb right about here. The movement of this tube reminds me of baseball when you're sliding to base or running from base to base. It travels in almost like a diamond-like fashion. But you want to, line up with this wall with a marking that's shaped almost like a cursive 4 or something like that. And it does bounce off of a yellow tote as well as off the ground a couple times. So you'll see it here. Yep. That is definitely reminding me of baseball. I don't even play the sport, but even that reminds me of it. Yeah, man. Next up, we have a Sub-Zero bomb defend again. This one is for bomb A. It's the 3 bounce ricochet tube, and this one you don't have to travel far for at all. You have to go in this corner right about her, and you want to line up with the top of the windowsill. And now, like a lot of different other bombs, A is isolated as fuck for this map, so it's incredibly difficult to find anything remotely sick. But that said, I did find a little something here, where it manages to bounce off of this windowsill and then bounce off of the floor and off of the bomb itself, just barely taking out the diffuser. Not bad. Not bad. Oh man. Next up, we got the 3 bounce thrower knife for bomb B on Tremor. This is strong arm, and here the lineup for this, I should say, and the angle is very unorthodox. I do really like the angle, but the problem is that the aesthetic suffers, which is sad. So as this will illustrate, it does travel off the side of the headlights of this truck and just dribbles off the ground a couple of times. It's nothing really. Next up, I believe this is the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Sovereign. Whilst you planning right there, you want to be on top of this structure here and line up with the it's a lot of confusing markings for this particular floor pattern, but pause the video if you need to see it. This is essentially a tube version of the like initial throwing knife spot for this map. But you see it bounces off the ground and then barely slides off of one of the central beams in the middle of the map, taking out the diffuser. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh man. Very subtle with that one. Next up, we have the other, we have like the second 2-bounce ricochet tube for, Bomb B on Mutiny. I should say it's the final one. Yeah, it's the final one where I use the boat itself, the ship, part of its bow or whatever, and just fires right off of that, and then it goes off of a wall that's kind of like blocked. There's a couple of like wood studs that block that wall a little bit, but you're capable of getting a tube through there and taking out the opponent. Not bad. Not a bad angle. Next up, we got the we have the 1-bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb A. This one is a bit of a creative one. It's one of those cases where it's like the one on Bomb B where the angle is sick, but the visual does suffer. It's supposed to bounce off of the police car that's towards the middle of that area, the one that's supposed to be crushed by the transformer due to the dynamic map event, but it just barely bounces off of that police car and then into the diffuser. They might have to crouch or stand up for that. Next up, we have the 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Sub-Zero. I was actually very surprised to be able to find anything remotely decent for Bomb B because it's so wide out in the open. You would think, what objects are there for you to use? But, luckily for me, I did look long and hard at the area. And, after I bounced the tube off the initial surface of this wall, it does go towards a leftward wall that is adjacent to the silo and then bounces off of the ground. It could do an additional bounce if the enemy is further back enough, but if they're close, then it works. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Departed. This is one of two. You want to line up and crouch with this wall. Again, pause the video if you need to see it, but it bounces off of this wall and then bounces off of the trunk of another tree. The only reason why this one is as low as it is because the foliage from all the branches of that neighboring tree does impede the actual second bank shot, but it works. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Bayview. This one requires you to go all the way in this corner over here and then line up with your throwing knife as shown. You don't have to use a throwing knife for this, but it's easier. Where I bounce off this wall, and then the adjacent roof on the left hand side is curved, so it actually meant the tube can bounce the other way around, taking out the diffuser. Next up, oh boy, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Dynasty. This one involves you going towards A side, directly on A side, and you want to crouch, line up with this wall. It does bounce, it does have an aerial visual that is just very breathtaking. And I compared this to like an umpire catching a baseball, with the halt, of the movement where, it just bounces off of this adjacent roof and just drops all the way down. Its free movement came to a halt. Next up, we have the 2 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Flooded. This one actually is a decent lineup, but the reason why I said 2 to 4 is because when I originally hit this clip online, every other tutorial that preceded me hitting this bomb defend online, it always hit the opponent in quick succession. As you can see here, it bounces off this wall, goes through part of the parking garage, off of this adjacent wall, bounces off the bomb, bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. But what I was going to say is every other tutorial that preceded this me hitting it online, it usually was just a 2 bounce, and I was like, why is there a delay when I hit the guy online? And there shouldn't have been any type of delay. But what I understood now is that he diffused further away from where I planted it originally. And what happened as a result is the tube bounced off the bomb and off the ground a couple of times before it reached him. And, that's when I decided, you know what, let me make an estimate here. And I did the exact same thing I did when I got the delay. And, it worked. It worked out in my favor. Shame I couldn't get the kill cam though. After I hit after I hit this tube defend on this guy, he did not allow himself to get hit by another bomb defend ever again. It's crazy. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on prison break. What you want to do is line up with these rocks over here. Rocks are incredibly difficult, to bank shot off of anyway, but again, this one is pretty cool. You see that it goes off of this set, and then it also bounces in a very unorthodox type of way, and it's something that I never expected to happen. I actually kind of found this by accident. You'll see in the kill cam where it goes off of this and then bounces off the side of the chair, just taking out the diffuser there. That's crazy. Next up, do not listen to the graphic. That is not a dual entry. This is just one. And this is the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, 1 of 2 for trimmer. You want to line up with this wall as shown. I do like the angle of this, but quite honestly, the visual, I'm not going to say it's not impressive, but there was something just lacking. But it does have a wonderful aerial view where it does go over this, building over here and then bounce off the side of the wall, off the ground a couple of times, taking out the diffuser. I thought there was just so much more that you could have, a person could have done there. But it's whatever. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on wire. I'm about to say Wirehawk. No. What the fuck is that? Warhawk. Where I'm essentially in the same corner that I was for a previous spot. I just, crouched and, did something different. I always wanted to find a tube that went through the gap where it had the satellite above it and then connected to the staircase that you can't really access, as you'll see in the kill cam here. So the tube actually managed to clear the gap over here and then bounce off the barrel and off the ground, taking out the diffuser. I really like that. Next up, we have the 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Departed. This one, I wanted to so badly bounce a tube off of the sound equipment, but the dynamics would not allow me. So I had to bounce off of the wall that was, after I bounced off the initial surface, I bounced off the wall that was hanging above the sound equipment, where it bounced over, towards the bomb and then off the bomb as well, taking out the diffuser. But man, I really wanted to bounce off of that sound equipment just to see if it'll make a noise. Oh boy. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 2 of 2 on Octane, and this one I've actually hit online. I told people before about this bomb defend, but let me talk about the actual aesthetic and angle. So you're in this building, you're gonna shoot your tube through this area with the barricaded windows, which is a tiny, room for error to have. But I really like the fact that it bounced and hit the tank that's over here and then bounced off the ground, taking out the diffuser. I think for the fact that it, bounced off the tank, it really increased the points, because that was one of the toughest objects I wanted to bank off of for so long. But, this gameplay here, do I really have to explain this one? Like, this is the greatest bomb defend clip of all time, hands down, because every single enemy that I was facing was directly watching over the very bomb that I wanted to hit this bomb defend on. And I only had a shield and throwing knives, and I couldn't afford to waste any of the cast death, so I had to literally kind of take out the stragglers that, peered around the map, and kind of just had to hang tight. It was really, really stressful. Truly. I had to pick them off one by one and kind of just, snoop around the area, all sweetie like. But yeah, like towards the 1 minute mark, I started making my way towards the back of the building. Saw a dude up top. Like, I don't really have to go word for word. This is just the best. Truly. Like, this was the clip that made me feel like I was on the upper echelon of like bankshotters of all time. Truly. Because what are the chances where you get a 1v5 clutch with blades and then hit a bank shot for the final kill? Like, what are your chances? Had that dude who did not, who had off the grid actually come from behind me, I would have been fucked in that instance. But luckily, he came on that side. That don't sound right. And this good old dude was watching from the top, took him out from below. As above, so below. And managed to get shit done. That's real. Oh man. Starting to get a little bit chilly up in here. So I'm gonna put on my poncho real fast. But yeah, the fact that I was able to get, the lineup. And let me talk about the area of the lineup real fast before the kill cam occurs. The area of the lineup is actually quite hidden for an octane bomb defend. Nobody's expecting you to be on the bottom level of this building where you are, and that you can use that to your advantage. It does also, if you have a motion sensor on the bomb, it does help showcase their position and when you should fire. So that's actually kind of perfect for you. It's laid out, and I ended up getting the ace. So it's a win-win. I do truly appreciate the fact that I was able to get that clip, because that raised my credibility as a bank shotter, hands down. Oh man. Next up, we have another bomb defend that I hit. It is the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Warhawk. And for this one, do not do what I do in the tutorial, nor do not do what I do when I actually hit this online, because this tube defend requires you to travel such a distance, and if you don't have marathon, it's gonna be hell trying to get across, truly. But the angle is decent. It doesn't do anything extracurricular, but it does bounce off that building wall, off the roof, off the bomb itself to bounce backwards into the opponent. I thought it was decent. Again, it's not the best you can do for Warhawk, but it's still something that's pretty good for a tube defend. But I found much, much better than that over time, anyway. Ooh. Back is getting a little chilly. Oh boy. But yeah, like me running with a riot shield to cast it out without marathon, just trying to line this up, like I could not leave the last guy alive for this. I had to have my teammates kind of stall and give me time. Otherwise, this would not be possible. Truly. Oh man. And I waited till the lucky 7 mark, and I actually managed to hit this guy. That was on my birthday too. I do believe that was on like the second bank shot that I hit on my birthday last year, I believe. Next up, we have the 1-bounce throwing knife strong arm for bomb B on siege. This one is also one of those bomb sites that is incredibly isolated, but there are possible angles so long as you aim forward and not up, which is unfortunate, but you gotta do what you gotta do with the limitations. So, I aim my throwing knife as such where it actually, like you'll see in the kill cam what exactly it does, but it does, like, travel to a an area where it's very common for people to plant and diffuse. So you'll see that it actually manages to bounce off of one of those like pillars or whatever the hell, and then takes out the diffuser. Next up, we have the one bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Dynasty. This one, I actually used the ears of a dragon for a lineup, and the throwing knife is actually set to travel through the void left behind by the curved belly of the dragon. So you'll see in the kill cam, the aesthetic is beautiful. It's actually like, it's one of those rare like visuals that I can say are beautiful because of the cherry blossom leaves that it just peers over, and then it just, you know, bounces off of the roof as shown. Like it's a perfect transition, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on flooded. I corrected myself with the graphic, but I really love this one because, again, B is such an isolated area for flooded. And, you know, originally when I found this spot, I tried it with a throwing knife, and I was like, you know what, that's really lackluster. So, like, I really wanted to find a tube defend for that particular angle. I looked to that desk that's adjacent to B. I was going like, you know what, there's something that can be done there. And luckily for me, that's what could be done. Goes straight across through the window and then bounces off the ground and desk, taking out the diffuser next to the bomb. Again, the fact that I hit this like 3 times online is fucking crazy to me. I did not expect that. I was truly expecting for me to not hit this a single time. But the route that I ran proved to be, you know, successful. I did manage to get kill cams on every single attempt. So this one is all good. It's just, you know, the first 2 did not include the second and third bounce, but the final clip in particular did. So I put that one last. But yeah, like, again, what I said about surface area does help in this regard, because they can diffuse out of position if they want to. They're still going to get hit. Simple as that. As you can see. Oh. Yep. Like, again, not every single bounce has to connect. They could literally just die on the first one. But as you can see here, I'm kind of scouring. Now, I explained this story several times, but I was facing against my friend the bot. And, you know, up to that point, he was like, you know what? I've never seen you hit a bank shot online. So, like, you know, the lobby players actually were gunning for me to hit a bomb defend on him just so he can say that I not only hit a bomb defend online, but I hit one on him so he has a first-hand witness. But, what I was going to say is the circumstances behind me hitting this bomb defend online is actually caused by him running into the tube, which I didn't think possible because of the short window that the tube takes to travel into that precise area. But he proved me wrong in all the right ways. He runs into the fucking thing like as a thread in the needle type of situation. That's demon timing. But in the last occasion, you know, do note I plant the bomb and set up each time when I did this spot, so it goes to show you can plant the bomb all you want and then you can still set up for this as long as you take that route that I took. But still, again, it's very impressive for the limitations that bomb B does provide for flooded, and I'm very fortunate to have been able to get the final kill with the second and third bounce, which is what I really wanted the entire time. So yep, just waiting for the guy to defuse. Trying to give myself some breath here, because I've been talking a lot. But yep, got his ass. Yep, he did. Next up, we have a 3 bounce ricochet tube. Yeah, I'll have 1 3 bounce ricochet tube, please, on CH with extra pickles. But, you know, all case aside, this is a very narrow angle to line up with your tube. And again, once you fire it, it's gonna bounce off of one of the concrete slabs that's near one of the sloped, obstructions or whatever the hell. It allows you to get into, like, the second floor of those buildings that preside over a side. So pay attention with the kill cam. As you'll see here, soars straight in the fucking air like an eagle, and then bounces off of this and off the side, taking out the diffuser. Oh boy. Next up, we have the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on octane 2 of 4. This one is actually more of a recent spot where you go up top of the gas station garage. Now go up go up top of the just the gas station, and you want to use a marksman rifle for this. It's painful to try to look for all those dots and not know which one to look for, but I managed to get just that, and the tube's direction travels off of the barbed wire fence that is just teetering on the left hand side of B. If it not had been for the the fence being in the background as the tube bounces twice off the ground taking out the diffuser, it probably wouldn't have been ranked so high, you know what I mean? Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on storm front. This one involves you going towards Federation spawn and lining up. I use a throwing knife for this one. There's a side of foliage growing on the side of this wall. You want to line up with a tiny dot over here, and then shoot your tube, where it provides the unorthodox angle where you'll see here. It goes off of this and then goes just barely through the doorway, bouncing off of these things and taking out the diffuser. I thought that was very impressive. Next up, we got the the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on whiteout. Yes, sir. This one is not too creative, but you do go in this tree. There's no corner there, and you want to line up with this, side roof or awning or whatever the hell you want to call it, and it's designed to go off of that and then bounce off of the ground and the piles of lumber, just enough to take out the opponent on the side, as you'll see here. Starving. Next up, we have our first 3 bounce ricochet tube for Gold Rush, and it's on bomb B. This one you would have to wedge in with a cactus. Real life physics would guarantee that you get porcupined, and this is the only tube defend that I would find off of the structure that's over here, where the tube does bounce off the side of it, but the kill cam, you'll see that it does a lot more in its short hang time, which is perfect. You know that? So you see here, it bounces off of the side of here, it bounces off of the roof of the adjacent building, and bounces off the train, taking out the diffuser. A marvelous bank shot, as it were. Next up, we have the 1 to 2 bank, no strong arm thrower knife for bomb A on whiteout. This one involves you going towards your spawn side, where you go and line up in the corner with the ice. Then you want to line up with the tree. Since these trees are moving, it's very tough to kind of pinpoint where exactly you should aim. But again, pause the video if you need to see it. The throwing knife does travel through a window, which I was fascinated with for the longest time while on this map. It's kind of hidden, where it goes straight over and then bounces through there off the ground, and then bounces off of this giant king stunt over here, taking out the diffuser. Ooh. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Pharaoh, once again on the isolated bomb site, but I found a little something. Where you get into this corner, you want to bounce your tube off of the ground And in the kill cam, you'll see directly where it goes. So, if we were to analyze this, the angle dictates that the second bounce will go off of the back of the front for the vehicle, taking out the diffuser to the side. Oh boy. Almost got a lean for this. Next up, we got the 1-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on trimmer. I confirmed this online 3 times. This one, the Bankshot itself is very abysmal. The location of the travel is what makes it important. And the travel cuts through this parking garage entirely. And, it has a secret gap that, after the throwing knife travels through, it does manage to bounce through as well. Look at that. That is so cool. But again, I couldn't give it any higher points for that. It's just the journey is what carries it, in my opinion. So you'll see. This is definitely not a spot you want to plant by yourself. This is definitely a spot that, luckily for you, a lot of random people will actually plant directly where the throwing knife is supposed to go. So in that chance, all you could do, when they start planting there, is start setting up from the back. Again, make sure you have a strong arm for this. But, I've been able to make my mark, reach my mark, I should say, when it comes to this bank shot. Let me drink some tea again while this clip is recurring. Maybe I should shoot my chair. No. Maybe I should scoot my chair closer. Just a little bit. That way I don't have to lean that much. But as I was saying, there have been a couple of times where, I actually managed to hit this clip by accident. But, I was just jumping for joy when I hit this. Especially on Chrono, that character, I say it like he's not a real person. Oh god, it just felt so great. But, here you'll see that I also used my throwing knife I abused my power with the throwing knife. Where I essentially clutched the rest of the round with throwing knives. And, the final kill, again, was the bank shot. But on this occasion, my buddy Bunzao was trying to plan for his spot. He was going to try to go for his spot, and when I observed his placement of the bomb, I was like, you know what, my spot actually does land in that nearby vicinity. So I saw when he was planting the bomb, I went all the way back towards spawn, and only on the condition that he misses it would I go for my bank shot. But immediately I threw my knife when the person started to defuse. I hesitated for a split second, but I managed to kill the person. But when I look at the kill cam, the astral left behind by the tube, after it's already bounced and traveled, it showed that it already got stuck somewhere either in the ground or on the opponent's body as they got hit with the throwing knife. But I think it actually missed. Because, yeah, it just disappeared right after the throwing knife, touched him, and it usually stays behind for a second, And next up, I would never tell anybody to go for the throwing knife unless you have God mode, but, this, or not throwing knife, but this tube defend is actually pretty special. Where you're inside the Owens building essentially, and you bounce your tube in a way where it bounces out through these windows here. It actually bounced off the top of the left window, so it could actually, travel towards A. A very stark and small change in direction for how quick it acts, but it was impressive to me. Oh man, ow! Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Chasm. This one should be good. So essentially, I look like this, and I had to kind of reline up with my marksman rifle to make sure the lineup was correct, but it does bounce off of this floor, and then it is supposed to bounce off of the escalator side of the station and off the ground again, taking out the diffuser. I know I explained it before the kill cam did, but honestly, I'm just so fucking tired. Maybe I'll do like a part 2 commentary for this. I have no idea. But at least I'll get it to 2 hours. Like, at least 2 hours. Next up, we have another 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Stormfront, which is right about here. You want to, plant, right as shown, and I use the windowsill for the initial surface of the ricochet. And, this was, after I already lined up with the door, but you don't need to line up with the door here. You can just use your cast deck crosshairs as shown. Might miss the first time around because it's a very narrow window, but it'll still work because your tube, it travels long enough to bounce off the ground before bouncing off the door. And you don't really see it hit your opponent either. You just see it go behind the door, and you just see a ding, It's what happens. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube on Bayview, Bomb A. This one travels in a weird way off of this tree. It's such a minuscule angle that you think the tube is going to travel actually to 90 degrees, but no, it bounced slim off of that tree and then bounced off the ground and off the bomb again, taking out the diffuser. It's like, again, I kind of consider that Bankshot trash, but it's there. If you were to find that Bankshot for me, I'd still give you a passing grade. Next up, we have the third 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B. I always went back and forth with this one because this one has such a breathtaking visual. But I'm just not sure. But this one requires you to bounce your tubes off the wall and taking out the opponents. It does have a fair bit of hang time. I do believe it has a 5-second hang time, so shoot it early. Where you see here it goes straight over, bounces off the ground, off the ceiling, and off the bomb, taking out the diffuser. I'm getting close. At least give me the 2 hours, damn boys. I tell you, man. Next up, we have the 2-bounce throwing knife for Bomb B. It's strong arm for Fog, and this one I also found on PS3 a while ago, and I always loved this one because it allowed me to use 2 perpendicular walls to bank my throwing knife off of and inside. Like I told you, B bomb, that area is very isolated, so finding something that works is incredibly difficult, but I managed to find a way. As you can see here, doing, taking out the diffuser. Hell to the yeah. Oh man. This is crazy, but yeah, the 2 times that I hit it online, I didn't get the final kill for it, but I was fortunate to be able to do so. And I'm going to cap it right here. My voice is about to give out. It's crazy. Like I was saying on the last time I gave commentary for this, I was like, I can't afford to be highly energetic because like I'm going to be commentating for 4+ hours. And here I am again, giving commentary, nowhere near as long as I did in one go, and I'm already exhausted in my voice. So like, yeah, I gotta do this like some other time when it's completed. But I'll wait till the fall clip is done because like, again, like, I just feel it's better to leave off on that note. That one was a little bit funny. The dude who got hit by the throwing knife just disappeared from the Oracle silhouette. But yeah. Next up. Oh man. Another kill camless showcase, fucking hell. Again, I wish my voice was more up to par, but it just isn't. It's such an exhausting art just to be able to talk. And, I just been going at it. I just been, thrusting, feet first into this. I don't know why I'm saying feet first, as if that makes any difference. But, yeah, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Now, what I don't like about this spot is, despite its visuals, you leave your ass wide open for the enemy to flank you. And this is why I often hide behind the shed that I'm right next to, and wait until people come around. That way I can line up appropriately. But yeah, this is essentially what you need to do. On to the future commentary. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Prison Break. This one involves you going towards the Sniper Hill section over here, just below it. And from there, you bounce your tube off of this rock where it has almost a 90-degree, trajectory here. Again, pause a bit if you need to see it. But I do think the angle is creative, and the final 2 bounces of the tube, they're okay. As you can see here for the slow-mo, soars in the air like an eagle, bounces off the dirt, bounces through that window, and bounces off the monitor, taking out the diffuser. It's actually in a similar place to my 5 to 6 bounce, but we're going to get to that. Next up, we have the other 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Tremor, and it involves you being on, this burnt Humvee or whatever the hell. You want to line up as shown with the hood of the car, and then when your opponent starts to defuse, you just fire your tube, and it should work. I do think it is a unique angle for back here, as you see in the kill cam, where it soars up towards the left, bounces off the ground, wall, and ceiling, taking out the diffuser. I do think that is a fair, angle, a unique angle for Tremor. Next up, we have the 1-bank, no strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Gold Rush. Like I said before, Gold Rush is a bomb site that is incredibly isolated, and when you have a bomb defend like this, I'll describe its lineup, but there's really no angle to it. It's just a straight, through where it does 1 bounce off of the ground to slightly elevate it, and then takes out the diffuser in the corner. But what I was going to say was, when I hit this online, oftentimes people do not, I won't say oftentimes, but when I do bomb defense, in a confined space or an area where it's very isolated, people expect you to be closer to the bomb. And in my case, that's where the spot kind of shines, because I was able to create some distance. I was able to find a lot of, just different lineups in general, but this one right here, honestly, it might be my best, I won't say what will be my best spot, but it's the most effective spot to go for on Gold Rush, because your enemies do not know where you would be, and, you just throw your knife, really. It took a little while. What I really do appreciate about this is the motion sensor silhouette illustrates the full, you can see the person trying to defuse or not from the silhouette. And, I was able to get the guy there right as the cart was passing, which I thought was kind of badass, but I'm going to move on with it. Oh boy. Next up, we have the 2 to 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Pharaoh. It involves you going towards this corner, towards your spawn, lining up with one of the pillars, maybe just far left to it, and once your opponent starts to defuse, you just shoot your tube. I do think the angle is what makes it very unique, because A is also, A is also in a very isolated area. So you'll see here it soars over, just misses those structures, and then bounces off the ground. It might do an additional bounce off the ground, but a lot of the times it depends on where your opponent is, but it is capable of a third one, but still very nice where it goes through that archway. Next up, we have the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 1 of 2 on whiteout. This one involves you going back here, lining up next to this air generator or whatever the hell this thing is, as shown. Oh man. And once you fire that tube, it's supposed to bounce off of the adjacent roof that presides over B side. Yep. Sounds like something sizzles, but yep, it goes off that roof right here. It does bounce off the bottom of the bomb to bounce backwards, taking out the diffuser. I thought that was pretty cool. Especially for whiteout. Whiteout is tough to find good spots for. Next up, we have the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 1 of 2. And no, this is for prison break. This is actually one of my oldest spots. And I've hit this before on PS3, but I've yet to try it on PS4. But it's still a relatively easy spot to go for. This lineup is shown with the side of this trailer. There's no corner that you get into, so it makes it a little bit tougher. But, you know, as for the aesthetic and angle, it does bounce off of one trailer to bounce off of the top of the other one. And then it bounces twice off of the pipe area, taking out the diffuser. It could get some riot shielders too. But yep, the rain is so relaxing, oh my goodness. Next up we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on mutiny, and this one was a very creative one for bomb A. You want to get in this corner right here. I use my marksman rifle to do an initial lineup before I stand up, and once your opponent starts to defuse, you just fire your tube. This one, like, after it goes off of that wall, it does bounce in such a way where it barely touches the ship's bell. So see here, and then it makes a gong noise as it touches the diffuser. Very impressive. Next up, we have the first ricochet tube defend for bomb B on Showtime. It's 3 bounces, but it involves you going all the way back here on top of this little stage area. Once you do, get in this corner, crouch, line up with the glass that's over here, and then just fire your tube. First shot didn't make it, but the second shot did. But definitely have a teammate plant this one because it's just incredibly difficult to coordinate that. But it goes all the way over those boxes, bounces off of this box right here, and sometimes it bounces off the ground. So I probably should have said 2 to 3, but it's okay. Alright. Next up, we have the other 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Warhawk. This one involves you going on top of this little, the side of this building, lining up with your marksman rifle on this marking. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. I love this range so much, but once you fire off of this wall, you'll see the angle is actually a little bit different than what you would expect. It doesn't necessarily bounce in a predictable manner. It goes off that building, bounces off the side of the truck, bounces off the ground through the bomb, and then bounces off the ground again, taking out the diffuser. I thought that was an impressive angle. Sorry. Next up, we have the 1 bounce, no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on ruins. I wish I could have found more bounces, but unfortunately, this is the best I got. Bomb B on ruins again is incredibly isolated, so you have to, really time the bounces off of the rock formations. But, this angle requires that it soars all the way over the rocks, and then it just barely bounces off of the inside of that. Like, that's kind of dirty. I don't know. The journey is sicker. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A of ignition, and this is the first of the 2 variants. I found this on PS3 a long time ago, and I actually managed to hit it online, but let me talk about the actual aesthetic of this. The first 2 bounces are nothing special. They just bounce off the floor twice, But the 3rd bounce skewed the tube direction completely opposite, and it manages to take out the diffuser towards the left. Honestly, I do think that's a pretty decent spot because of that final bounce. Now, when I hit this online, I was on the defending side, and I was just dicking around. I had no idea if this was going to hit or not. So, when I shot my tube, I saw somebody, killing teammates over there. I was like, you know what? If I fire this, will be able to take out my opposition. And luckily for me, the first shot actually did it. And I wasn't expecting it at all. Had I shot it a millisecond faster, I would have got the final kill cam, which pissed me off, but also it made me grateful because, again, what are the chances that I hit a bomb defend on the DLC? It's a rare occurrence. So, it was perfect for me. Truly. Let me put this headset down. Bogs down a brother's neck sometimes, Next up, we have the 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on collision. This one is not too different from the 2 bounce ricochet tube that was on the same bomb, but this one I feel like has much more, not longevity, even though it does have a longer duration, but from the time to kill, you'll see that it bounces high off the ground, goes towards the right for the debris, and then it bounces off of that wall. So I should say it travels farther than the other one. And yep, sometimes it bounces off the ground as well, depending on your opponent's positioning, but oftentimes it doesn't happen. So, there you go. Next up, we have the 5 to 6 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Octane. And getting into the lineup, I hate this positioning for the lineup. Honestly, it's one of the most dangerous lineups you can go for. But you line up with the sheet metal as shown, and pause the video if you need to see it. But, this tube is okay. I don't like it, but it's not that it's, not sick. I don't know. That's part of the reason why I don't like Octane. There's a lot of recurring types of bank shots, but as you see, it goes off that wall, off the ground, off the wall, it bounces off the bomb twice, and it might bounce off the ground one last time, taking out the diffuser. Again, it's okay. It's fine. Next up, we have the out-of-map 1 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Flooded. Now, this might be one of my most creative 1 bounce, ricochet tubes. So that's why this is so high up. But I always wanted to do something with this solar panel that's towards the back here. And by staring through this, damaged wall, through that, that crack or whatever the hell, it just bounces off the side of the solar panel just enough for it to travel all the way towards A. Again, a 1 bounce is ranked this high because of the angle is so insane. The visual did suffer for it, but honestly, it's still insane. Next up, we got the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Sovereign. This one requires you to hop on top of here, make sure the glass is not shattered, otherwise the spot will not work. And once you do that, you want to line up with your cast that crosshair as shown. It does bounce off of that neighboring, I won't say building, but neighboring room inside this building. And, you'll see here. So it bounces right there, and then bounces off the hazardous wall, and then bounces off the ground backwards, taking out the diffuser. It's not bad. There was definitely better, but, for what it was, it's a unique angle for that bomb site. Next up, we got the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Warhawk, confirmed online as well. I know it didn't really see me plan it, but, when I actually hit it online, you'll be able to see the positioning and all that type of stuff. But you line up with this wall. I actually found this when I was on PS3, but you want to line up as shown. This does have a 5-second hang time, so make sure the tube is shot before your enemy starts to defuse. But as you can see, the tube bounces twice off of this roof, taking out the diffuser after that initial bounce off of that wall. I was going to say, I really like this one because I never seen anybody prior to that get a tube bounce off of that building twice before it lands. So I was like, you know what? Like at the time, I thought this was the sickest Warhawk bomb defend, and I was definitely wrong about it. I was so glad that I was wrong. But when I hit it online, it was like the first game in on that day. I was just joining in, and I was able to hit a bomb defend on there, and my teammates were just going like, okay, don't dick around, like just win the game, don't go for the final, bank shot or whatever the fuck. And in literal defiance, I did just that, but don't run in the middle of the map like I did right there. That's no. The chances that you will run away unscathed as a result of that is very low, very minuscule. So I was dealing with a controller that was veering to the left and right when I hit this, but I still was able to hit it. So you see here down like when it hits the 10-second mark and they haven't started diffusing, that's when I typically fire, and the last tube actually got them. So yep, it was just perfect. I laughed. I was like, first try, nigga. Like I was so stoked. But then I was talking my shit because I defied them. I defied them. Next up, we got another Sub-Zero A bomb. Yeah, bomb A for Sub-Zero. It's a 4 bounce where you go back here. Now, getting a bank shot from this side was incredibly tricky because there's not a lot of surfaces that travel too far. But when I noticed the metal part of this floor, I noticed that it had more height and angular movement. So I used that to, bounce the tube off, and it goes, past a couple of members of this room to go towards the right off the technology and then just bounce off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Very sleek one, and definitely the best Sub-Zero A-bomb spot that I could find. Next up, we have the 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on prison break. You want to plant right about here. And this is actually a derivative of a spot that already exists. I know people have looked at this side of the building before. I think Padawan was the one who did the previous iteration, but what I did was took it a step further. You'll see in the kill cam, I always saw that wall that was kind of adjacent to like bomb A, and I used that for later bank shots. But here you'll see that I bounced my throwing knife off of the top of this building, but then it cuts over past that sign and then hits off of that wall for a very dirty second bounce. I love it. Next up, we have the 2 bounce no strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on fog. I probably should have said 2 to 3 because I saw when it was banking off of the neighboring building that like it almost did like a dribble. So I'm not quite sure, but this angle is actually still pretty peculiar. I thought it was out of the box because I wasn't thinking this was a bank shot that was possible. But after a good amount of searching, I saw that it went off of that rock and then bounced off that building. I think it was actually 3 bounces. I think it might have did a dribble animation, but still a noteworthy bank shot for fog. Whew. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Sovereign. You want to plant right about here. Make sure the windows are shattered. And then you want to get back here and line up with this part of the doorway. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But once you're there, just fire this tube. It does have quite a bit of hang time, so make sure you fire right before they start diffusing. And just look at this. Goes straight over. Wonderful visual off the top of that roof, and then it cuts through, bounces off of that final wall, taking out the diffuser. Very, very impressive. Oh man. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 2 of 2 on Gold Rush. This was far and away the best they could do in regards. Well, no. Before I say that, no. But you go off the side of here. As far as a rock bank shot goes for a tube defend, this was the most consistent I could find for Gold Rush. And once you do this, the tube is designed to go towards a 45-degree angle where it bounces off of the adjacent roof, both sides of the adjacent roof, might I add. taking out the diffuser below. Decent. Very decent. Next up. This is actually a retired bomb defend, but it's a 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I found it a long time ago before the visual graphics for some markings changed, in 2024. But, for what it's worth, when this one was around, it was already a long shot. A long shot as in, this was a Hail Mary if you actually were to hit it. But, it's whatever. I mean, it's still a decent visual where it bounced off the side of the building and off the, the truck. But I decided to find an updated version that, surpassed that one. So you want to plant right about here. And then you want to go back here, crouch, and you want to line up with this, this water tower. I'm not lining up directly, like I'm not bouncing off the water tower. I'm actually bouncing off of the satellite that's housed towards the left-hand side. Almost like how should I say? It's almost like a waistline. But it bounced clear off of that. Skateboard T508 bounced it off the water tower itself, and I found that was more impressive than the spot that I came up with. But I didn't want to copy him. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on tremor. This is the second variation, where you get back here near the trash. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. Once you are finished, you fire your tube, and for a 2-bounce, this is incredibly impressive, especially on tremor. But you'll see in the kill cam here, bounces off of that wall, and then through the square void, it bounces off of the edge of the light fixture. It might have bounced off the ceiling, but I can't tell, so I just call it 2 bounces, and it just, hits the diffuser right there. Next up, we have the first motion sensor spot for this, this list. It is the 4-bounce, for bomb B on Prison Break. Now, I admit I was a bit lazy for this one because, motion sensor spots that have motion sensors as the initial surface are not as, they're not as good, I should say. They're not as good. But this one still was decent. It does have a fair bit of hang time. But the aesthetic did suffer as a result of it being that close. But as you can see here, it went off there, off the ground, off the wall, off the ground again. It does take out people who are in front or behind the pipe, which is cool, but I don't recommend you guys try this one. This was just something I was kind of dicking around with. Next to it, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Favela. You want to, okay, before I even say anything about the actual bank shot, the concept of it isn't mine. It is based off of the community group Ricochet Tubes, who did a tutorial on Favela several years ago for Modern Warfare 2. All I did was use a different object for the initial surface of ricocheting, but, after you bounce your tube off this table, it bounces through both of these windows, through the pallets, and then bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Still impressive, but I can't take creativity points for that one. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Prison Break. This one, you have to run a fair distance away, not even a short distance. You want to, crouch right here. You want to line up with this rock over here. This was actually a unique angle for the close proximity that this spot provides. It used to have a much different visual, but the graphics kind of changed, so the visual also changed as well. But as you can see, it goes leftward off of that rock and bounces off the ground, and also bounces off the rubble, taking out the diffuser in the pipe. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Fog, confirmed online twice. This one, you want to go up top here and line up with this ventilation. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But the tube doesn't really do any bounces that are unique, but it has such a breathtaking visual where it bounces off the ground and just barely misses the bomb to take out the diffuser. Now, On both occasions when I did hit this spot, don't do what I do. And what I mean by that is I aimed a far bit to the right when I should have aimed more to the left. When you aim towards the right, the tube defend will bounce off of the bomb itself. And why are you saying don't do that? It sounds like it's much better than, just having it miss the bomb. But here, let me explain. When you have this tube defend bounce off of the bomb, it increases the hang time and therefore increases the probability that you will not be able to hit your diffuser in time. And that's exactly what happened here on this attempt here. This is actually my second time hitting this online with the clip shown. And as you can see, I just barely got him. But the first time that I hit this, I was able to hit the first tube, luckily for me, but it was still tough because the enemy had to be standing up in order for him to get hit. And, luckily, it was actually one of my good friends. The person that I hit, after hitting so many bank shots later, he actually, became more of a fan of it. And, is actually, gunning for me to hit some of these. So, I won't, I'll just say H2O. My bro H2O, he definitely, after, a couple of bomb defends that I've hit, he came on board. But yeah, this is one of those things where you have to anticipate the timing. So you see here, straight up, off the ground, off the bomb, taking out the diffuser. Now then, we have the last 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on showtime. It should have said it should have said 4. I don't know why I said 3. Maybe it was just a typo. But you want to go right here, and you want to line up with this corner. All these structures that's over here, your tube is not going to bounce very high, so it has very little hang time. But what it manages to accomplish in that short amount of hang time, I'd say, is almost peak for what Showtime can offer you in terms of structural ambiguity. Ambiguity. But you see it goes off of this initial surface here, bounces off of that blue, and then off the yellow, and then bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Again, Showtime is tough. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Dynasty, and you'll see that it actually travels in a similar fashion to the 2 bounce on B bomb. While I will say B bomb had a much better breathtaking visual, this one, because of its intricacy, this one was I don't know, the way it soars over this one building actually felt more breathtaking, or I should say more intricate than the other one. And I do count intricacy and delicacy with the bank shots here, where it bounced off that neighboring side of the roof, taking out the diffuser below. I just talked in circles. I'm not even going to pretend like I didn't. Next up, we got the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Unearth. I always like Unearth. You want to get in this corner right about here, crouch, and you want to line up with this part of the structure here, in this raggedy ass building, this HQ or whatever the fuck this is. I don't know what this is. But, use your throwing knife as a guideline, where the tube bounces off of this initial surface, bounces off of the ground just over the brick, and then bounces off of the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. It's slick, I like it because it does go through an isolated area. It's fine. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Stonehaven, 1 of 2. This is the first of 2 variants. This one involves you getting in this corner and lining up with your marksman rifle, like shown. Again, this is a very tough lineup, so pause the video if you need to see it, but it does bounce off of that cobblestone, and in the second bounce, we'll coordinate that it bounces off of the cylindrical wall of the castle, just barely going over enough to take out the diffuser as shown here. It still has a breathtaking visual, and the angle is unique for this map, so I give it higher points than typical. Whew. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on ignition. This one is okay. It involves you, like, I know you couldn't really see me plant, but you'll see, like, in the kill cam where it goes, and if you practice this on a private match, you'll be able to see, where exactly it goes, but it bounces off that side of the wreckage. I can't even say wreckage, it looks whole, like the whole, it looks more whole than the other buildings, but it goes off of there to the left, bounces off the roof, bounces off the side of this building, and then bounces off the roof again, taking out the diffuser. My oh my. Cracking my neck without touching it. We're going to edit that out. Next up, we got the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on siege. This is the only tube defend that I managed to find for siege. It involves you going into this corner just slightly upwards and then lining up with your marksman rifle on the side of this, building. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But the angle of it is just enough where it can actually, bounce off of this and go over, the beams or whatever the hell, bounce off the ground a couple of times. Again, like those other bounces are kind of abysmal. The fact that it just goes in that angle anyway is noteworthy enough for me. But we gotta move on. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 4-4 on octane. This far and away was a decent spot. You want to get in this corner and line up with your marksman rifle as shown. A lot of these are with the marksman rifle because you have to be incredibly precise, and I have an eye for unique angles. But the first two didn't work, so you have to use the second one as a reference. And it does have quite a bit of hang time to it as well, so make sure you fire this before your enemy starts to defuse. But as you see, it goes off of this wall. It does bounce off of the ground, but it bounces over the bomb behind and, bounces off of that, piece that looks almost like a minus sign and takes out the diffuser. Oh, man. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 2 of 2 on whiteout. I do believe that the initial surface for this might be much more impressive than the another spot that's, coming up. But you want to line up with this tree that's over here, and trees are incredibly tough to bank shot off of in general, but this one I managed to get consistently. It does have a fair bit of hang time, but not a whole lot. So you'll see here, it goes straight over, bounces off the snow, over the boxes, bounces off the part of the bomb and off the ground, taking out the diffuser just barely. It's a decent angle, but the other bounces are kind of like what harms the visual for me. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Behemoth. This is the first Behemoth bomb defend on this list. You want to get in this corner right about here, and then you want to line up with your throwing knife right here along this wall and then fire your tube. This does have a fair bit of hang time, so make sure you fire it before your enemy starts to defuse. But you'll see here, once it goes straight off of that wall, it does bounce off of the roof and then a final time off of the generator in order to drop down and take out your diffuser. Very, very nice. Next up, we got the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, 2 of 2 on ignition. This one is a very unique lineup where you bounce on, or you jump on top of those like little boxes or whatever the hell they are, and line up with your marksman rifle as shown with this cylindrical member of the structure. It does result in a near 90-degree bank shot. As you see here, it goes straight over to the side and then bounces off of the ground and bounces off of the top of the bottom of the bomb, taking out the diffuser behind it. Like, good God. Oh, yay. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on octane. I almost called this the best bomb defend for octane, but not quite. But you still go in this corner, and you want to line up as shown with the generator. Forgive me. What I'll say here is that each bounce here does like boost it. It does something significant, even if like it's not off the sickest of objects, but still, it's still pretty awesome. You see here, goes off of that surface, bounces off the edge of this roof, bounces off of the butt, the rocket of the bomb, taking out the diffuser, bouncing a final time off the ground. I think it's a dirty final bounce, you know, with that angle. It is sick. Oh man. Next up, we have the 2-bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Stonehaven. You want to make sure that you get in this corner right here, and then use a submachine gun across here to line it up. This one, when I was talking earlier about a bank shot that goes off of the castle's battlements, this was the other one that did just that, but it did a little something more, which added to the aesthetic, and because of the nature of the travel, you know, it's just more impressive than the tube defend that I found. So, here we go. Goes straight up and over this part of the castle wall, bounces off of the battlement and the cylindrical wall, taking out the diffuser. Very, very nice. Next up, we have the 2 to 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on containment. This one involves you going in this corner and lining up with the rhombus-shaped broken glass mark that's on this destroyed bus. Again, pause the video if you need to see it, but it does go straight over, and the kill cam will illustrate that the final 2 bounces contradict the initial angle. You'll see here, where it goes straight up, and then there's a concrete slab that is diagonally placed, where it bounces off of the ground super low. I think it can get some riot shielders if you're lucky. It takes out the diffuser in the feet. Oh man. Next up, we have the first legendary spot on this list. It is the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Sovereign. You want to plant the bomb right about here, and then you want to get on Federation spawn corner here, line up with this little thing over here, and the kill cam is just breathtaking, truly. This was better than I expected it to be. As you can see, it goes off of that initial surface, through some beams, off the roof, off the side wall, off the locker, and off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Truly a marvel for Sovereign. One of the sickest, definitely. Oh boy. I hate that map still. Next up, we have the 1 bounce no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Gold Rush. This one involves you being on A side, using this hole that is like a canopy, almost like to the heavens. I really like this, and I wanted to be able to find a bank shot that, you know, happened through that hole, but, you know, I couldn't do it for A, so I had to do it for B. So, the journey of the visual is what's more important than the actual final bounce. As you see, it just soars over, bouncing off the train, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, 2 of 2 on Whiteout. And you'll see this tree again, but when I said this like a couple times, but when I was on PS3 looking for bomb defense here, I initially wanted to find a throwing knife spot that bounced off of the little conveyor or table set or whatever, just around the entrance of a building. And, you know, once I managed to find a tube defend for it, I was just going like, no, this is much better. But the angle was still unique, because again, trees are tougher to bank shot off of, but as you can see, it goes straight over, bounces off that tray, bounces off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser in the center of the bomb. Oh boy. Next up, we have the best bomb defend for bomb A on Octane. It is the 3 bounce ricochet tube. You want to get in this corner right about here, line up with your castet as shown. Again, pause the video if you need to see it, but use your right hand castet crosshair as a reference here. And once you're ready, you just shoot your tube. Each bounce did something very significant. It does have a fair bit of hang time as well. But it goes off of that initial surface, bounces off the patch of HVAC right over here, and then bounces off of the dumpster, just enough to take out the diffuser here. Truly a marvel, especially for Octane. Next up, we have the other 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Chasm. This one is a bit more discreet and secretive. You want to plant in that corner. You don't need to line up with your marksman rifle as I did here, because honestly that just will run you ragged. The final, once you look at my cast that crosshair, make sure you look at the bottom of, bottom of the center crosshairs, I should say. But, the tube is designed to go through both windows of this bus that's over here, and then bounce off the escalator wall to another wall, and then bouncing off the ground, taking out the diffuser in the corner. It is very dirty because, again, they're not expecting anything to come from that side. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Tremor, and I confirmed this online, but as far as creativity, I can't give myself creativity points for this one because I saw Lemon and Mushroom, aka Heroic Bankshots, kind of do a tutorial or showcase or something like that for this map. I don't know if it was their spot. I think it was their spot, but I just found a tube, variation where, as you can see, it goes off of this, roof that's over here, and then through the side wall, through this tiny window, taking out the diffuser. Again, there have been people, even my own friends, who use that tiny window for their bank shots, so it's not heavily creative, for me, at least. But I do thank them for inspiring me to find a spot like that, because I did manage to hit it online and it was perfect for me. That's just the way it is. But yeah, again, I was fucking up with the lineup. I was like, wait, maybe it's here, I don't know. I wonder if I should narrate this as Morgan Freeman. The urge is just gnawing at me. But then again, my throat would probably be shot for the rest of the fucking thing. But, it glitched up on me as I was trying to fire that tube. Luckily, I faked it out, and I managed to do it. Yep. Perfect. Yeah, it's decent. I wish I could say more, but nope. Next up, we have the 2 bounce strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Gold Rush, not bomb A. This one was actually the first bomb defend spot that I've hit for Gold Rush online, and it involves you lining your throwing knife with this roof that's over here in such a way where it travels over to the adjacent roof, taking out the diffuser, who is in the corner here. Remarkable visual, interesting angle. What more can I ask? It definitely deserves to be high up on this list. Now, describing the clip when I hit online, I've done it several times, but I'll do it here. When I did manage to hit this online, it was in a 1v2 situation, and I thought I was dead there, but I had 1 throwing knife left. The final dude I was facing was a riot shielder, and I constantly told him, no, we were I can't even say fucking words, bro. I'm supposed to be an author. But we were always butting heads in regards to who's the better riot shielder, due to our styles. He uses the C4 and pistols, I used the riot shield and throwing knife with the side of ricochet tubing. And, what I'll admit, when I told him that if he can hit a bank shot on me with the riot shield, then he's the better, shielder, but then I go and hit this on him and I never mention the challenge again out of pity. But to be fair to him, his style is much more effective than mine, because mine depends on a whole shit ton of precision. I don't depend on splash damage. So, again, I'll say I'm the more precise, riot shield user, and I am definitely capable of the more impressive kill cams, but his is much more effective for facing multiple enemies at once. But as you can see, got him on the side with his shield over here. Managed to take him out. Still a decent player. He's cool. Next up, we have the legendary 3 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Unearth. I was debating about calling this legendary or not, but it does have a breathtaking visual, and the final bounce involved in it definitely does kind of increase the points. But talking about the angle itself, I mean, you definitely want to have a teammate plant that bomb because you're going to run a long way away, and you'll see in the kill cam, you know, goes off the sidewall, bounces in that area where people like to camp, and then also bounces off the ground and off the side of that little, I guess, data center, and takes out the diffuser. It could bounce off of both the ground and bomb additionally, but, you know, in that, you know, occasion it didn't. Next up, we have far and away one of the weirdest angles for you know, Stonehaven, where it's the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B. I use this sign that's all the way back here, at least it's in close proximity to the bomb, but you want to line up with this sign in a way where you'll see in the kill cam. Good God. But yeah, it goes over, bounces off of this round side of the castle wall, and then bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Again, a 90-degree bank shot in form. Next up, we have one of my favorite bomb defense for the list. Unfortunately, it couldn't be ranked any higher. It's the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Departed, 2 of 2. It involves you going along this wall, and you'll see this wall quite a bit. But once you line up with your marksman rifle as shown, you get a little treat here. It actually bounces off of the ledge of, like, you know how churches have a chapel that has, like, you know, the very tall, like, you know, roofs are built, like, I can't even describe it. But as you see here, it goes and bounces off of this tiny ledge just enough to take out the diffuser on that position of the bomb. Remarkable bomb defend. Oh boy. Cracking my neck. Next up, we have the 1 to 2 bounce, about to say ricochet tube, no. It's the non-strong arm throwing knife for bomb A. And, you know, it didn't show me planning the original position here, but you'll see it when I actually hit it online here. But the throwing knife is designed to travel through 3 windows. It only looks like 2, but it goes through the debris, bounces off the ground, and then bounces off the ground a second time, taking out the diffuser. Again, like a sick bomb defend, if I do say so myself. But a lot of the times when I hit this bomb defend, the second bounce doesn't really equate. So a lot of times the bomb had to be planted a little bit close. I mean, there have been times where I hit the second bounce, as you'll see in this clip, where, like, it's tough. You're not in a corner, so you have to kind of judge it for yourself. And if you're so much just a little bit off, your throwing knife won't work. But, you know, I got the guy right there, and I was ready to get a double, but one of my good friends, he took him out, which is okay. I mean, again, it's not like I communicated to him well the plan that I was trying to do, and he probably would have, you know, let me if, you know, circumstances demanded it, but, you know, it's all well and good. But this is the one occasion where I both planted it and hit the final kill. I explained the situation several times where I managed to hit the guy, like, he wasn't even defusing yet. He actually ran into it. But my bro was on a tear. Clip City was on a tear, just killing everybody. And, you know, it was on this occasion where I was just going like, you know what, lucky 7. Lucky 7. I was looking at the timer, and when it hit 7 seconds, that's when I knew to throw. And by God, was that a time, because if I did not throw at that time that I did, I would not have been able to get the kill. My bro Wonky, well, the dude Wonky would have been able to kill him, you know, before the throwing knife reached him. So I just beamed this tad bit, like, faster than him. It's crazy. Imagine getting sandwiched by a throwing knife. Oh man. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on ruins. This, like, bomb A is much tougher to find bank shots for on ruins than bomb B, surprisingly, even though bomb B is incredibly isolated. But you want to line up with this rock here. Again, rocks are very tough to bank shot off of in any Call of Duty game, let alone this one. But the second bank shot also takes place on the overgrowth of foliage that is on top of, or on the roof of a nearby temple, as you see here. It's not supposed to do a third bounce. It just so happened to bounce off the bomb itself, but it should be just two. But it's a remarkable visual and a unique angle for ruins. Next up, we have far and away the 3-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B for tremor. This one involves you going right over here, and the car that hangs outside of this parking garage, it intrigued me for quite a long time. So once you line up here, you should be able to take out the opponent. As you can see, it just barely bounces off of the hood of the car, and then boings off the ground twice. I'm just checking something that was sent to me. Okay, it's just in order. But next up, we have for spot 100 the 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on favela. This one involves you lining up near the grave site, and once you do that, just wait for your opponent to start defusing, and you fire your tube. It does travel in a, I'd say a 90-degree angle. And this one was kind of funny because I was joking to my friends about getting to a bank shot that travels off of the sofa, and here it bounced off the top of the building and the sofa off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. Like, favela has undoubtedly some of the sickest bomb defense in the game. Truly. Oh boy. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Overlord, confirmed online 5 times. But you want to get in this corner right here. Again, the initial bounce is or not initial bounce, but the initial lineup is definitely important for navigating a barbed wire fence. So once you're ready, just fire your tube, and it has quite a bit of hang time. And I didn't think it was possible, but it worked. As you can see here, goes straight up, off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. Now, the reason why I have this one so high up, yes, its angle is unique because B is incredibly isolated on Overlord as well, but I don't have to plant this one in order for it to be as effective. So when it came to it, I know that I don't have to plant. People who plant it and diffuse are in high traffic areas where people often like to plant and diffuse. So me knowing that, going for this spot, it gives me quite a bit of time to set up and do what I need to do, just in case my teammates go down in that area. And, fortunately I was able to get it done, quite a few times. I haven't got a final kill cam for any of my clips that I hit it, but this at least shows that I hit it. I'm just drinking to keep me hydrated. But yeah, man. Every time I hit this, I feel like I'm gonna hit it another time. This is one of those bank shots that's almost like the free fall. On B. It gives me that vibe because of how many times I hit this online. It's so consistent. You don't have to plan it, and it's just overall very good. Now, I'm trying to think. Yes, this was the occasion where I actually managed to hit the bomb defend and have the teammate, or the enemies I should say, so afraid of getting hit by another bank shot that they hesitate. And I will tell you, hesitation costs them tremendously. You do not want to hesitate if you want to not get hit by the bomb defend. I swear to you. But they were so hesitant that it allowed me to run back into position and cover it from the long hand side. And I was able to basically clutch the rest of the round, which is incredibly rare. But, I managed to do it. Oh, man. Now, the final clip of me hitting this was sensational. This was one of the very rare occasions where I hit a bubble. I've already fucked it up. I already hit a double bomb defend. And, again, it's in a high traffic area, but what made this so effective to get a second bomb defend, you'll notice that the second pellet that I did fire did not have anywhere near as much hang time as the first. That's because the enemy who saw his teammate get hit by the first tube, he tried to look for me, and he tried exiting out of that door, and he still got hit. So, like, again, it just goes in a general direction and increases the surface area of, hitability. And I shot the last guy. Like, that's what I was talking about in the earlier parts of the video. Oh boy. I can't believe I'm talking about math for Call of Duty. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B, 1 of 3 on Mutiny. It's surprising that the first of the 3 is actually the sickest one. But you want to get in this little corner here, and then you want to line up with this wall that's on the side here. And before the kill cam shows up, you're not going to really understand what happens, so I'll just explain it to you. So the cast-stat does go straight over. There's a neighboring, like, little small hut or building or whatever the hell. It has a roof that, connects over. That's where the tube bounces off of, but with the abundance of foliage, it did make it difficult to distinguish, which, it happens. Next up, we have the 1-bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb B on Octane, and I didn't think I would ever be saying that a throwing knife is this high up on the list for Octane, especially on Bomb B, but I managed to find a way. But it's a throwing knife variation of a tube defend that I already found, which is higher up on the list. But for now, the angle is sick where it goes off of the fender of the neighboring truck that's right behind B, just enough to take out the diffuser low under the belt. Next up, we have the leaning 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Sub-Zero. This one provided a very unique angle, but you're in a very compromising position to counteract that. You want to get in this corner, and you essentially line up with this patch of snow that's, gathered over here. And what the spot is intended to do is bounce off that patch of snow and bounce off of the neighboring patch of snow and ice in a 90-degree angle, taking out the diffuser as shown here. Again, very clean transition, but they do have to crouch or stand up in order to be hit. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B for containment. And this, I'll never get tired explaining the story for this, but let me just explain the angle first. In the neighboring adjacent building that overlooks Bomb B, there's a cavity in the roof in which there's an area that leads out of a doorway to get to B. I always wanted to find a tube defend that goes through that, and pool is actually one of my favorite games to play, in the physical world at least. So the fact that I actually managed to bounce off of a pool table to go out and hit the diffuser was just marvelous to me. But I was going to say, on the first time that I found the spot, literally an hour later I hit it online, so that was perfect for me. Truly. And, this was also one of the occasions where I was a 1v4 situation. As you see, I've gotten, what is it? I have an assault kill streak set up, so it's like a clutch situation. I was negative before, I was 1 in 3, and then, managed to clutch and hit the final kill on the last diffuser. It's cool. But I'm so, I'm sad that I didn't get the other kills in there, because that would have been sick, but, to counteract the time, this is a very long video, so I'm not going to waste my time. But again, the visual where it cuts to the smoke, definitely noteworthy. Oh, pardon me. Next up, we got the 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Dynasty. This one was very creative for me. I always looked at that octagonal doorway, and, that always had a symbolism, spiritual symbolism in the Chinese culture, for gateways to heaven or spirit world or stuff like that. And I managed to bounce a tube through that where it just skids off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Like, again, for Dynasty, that has a spiritual significance for me. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Bayview. This one is like one of those weird ones where you have to fire your tube in an angle contradictory to the direction of the bomb site, but you'll see why in the kill cam. But once you line up as shown, I use my throwing knife as a guideline. You just fire your tube, and it goes all the way over. Oh boy. So as you'll see here, it goes off the side, bounces off the the curved building of that booth, and then bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Very unique angle for Bayview. It's very tough because it's wide out in the open. Next up, we have the legendary 2-bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Fog. And you want to plant right about here. Once you get there, you want to get in this corner, and then you want to line up with your vector or whatever weapon you're using, and then just throw your knife. This was very unique to me because I always looked to that other edge of B where all the cracks in the roof or damages were, and I was basically able to thread the needle where it went through there and then bounced through the bomb, taking out the diffuser behind it. Truly one of the best bomb defense for Fog, hands down. Oh boy. Next up, we have the leaning 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Ruins. This one was definitely a treat because I completely forgot that I found this spot a long time ago on PS3, and I remembered kind of how to do it, so I recreated it on PS4, and this was the effect. But this was a very unique angle. This was actually a very sick angle where it goes off the side of that cylindrical pillar that holds up the doorway of the temple, and then it bounces off of another surface just overlooking A side. So, I mean, it's cool. It's all right. Ouch. Oh boy. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Warhawk. This one you do not want to plant. You want to have your teammates plant this one because you're on the opposite side of the map entirely. And you use the transformer with your castet as a guideline. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But this travels a long distance over, and the kill cam will illustrate the types of bounces and the angle involved. It doesn't seem like there's much of an angle to it, but there is. Alright, so it shows here, it goes off of the roof of that neighboring building, off the wall here, and then bounces off the white barrel to drop down and take out the diffuser. Alright. Next up, we have the 1-bounce ricochet tube. This is the out-of-map 1-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Freight. This one I kind of discovered out my ass. You want to get in this hidden corner right here, and then use your marksman rifle crosshair to line up with this side of the train. Again, pause the video if you need to see it, but the angle is very unique. It provides a 90-degree bounce in a way where I always wanted the tube to go. Unfortunately, I couldn't aim it much higher, but it was capable of just reaching over there, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Gold Rush. It involves you being in this edge of the cave. The cart can push you out of position, so make sure you back right into it if you're moved. But once you're ready, you throw your knife, and it is designed to travel off of one of the rocks over there in such a way where it just barely dribbles on top of the B-bomb, and then it bounces off of the train to drop down at the enemy's feet. Remarkable bomb defend. Oh boy. Next up, we got the legendary 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Ruins. This one, you're designed to go right over here in this corner and crouch, and then use these leaves. I always before I even show you guys the kill cam, this angle here is actually very unique because from this side, you don't really see much that you can bank shot off of. But I saw that there was a sloped pathway that you can run up upon. That's right next to the bomb. And then I used an additional rock to skew it in a way where it just barely gets over the direction. Takes out the diffuser. Truly, ingenuity. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Favela. This one I wanted to put in legendary, but unfortunately there are no legendary 2-bounces or 1-bounces for that matter. To be legendary, you have to have a breathtaking visual, a unique angle, and at least 3 bounces. But some of these 2 bounces are incredibly insane, as you'll see on the list. So, after you fire your tube off of this surface here, it travels a long way away, and it bounces off of the hood of the destroyed car, traveling all the way over to B. It could probably only hit if enemies crouching or standing up, but still a remarkable visual where it takes out the diffuser. Oh boy. Next up, we have the legendary 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Freight. And before I show you guys what it's intended to do, the concept of this throwing knife is not mine. It's actually ex-AMK Epic's, but all I did was I was in a different lineup in different position entirely. But the throwing knife is intended to travel off of both sides of the, or I should say both ends of the highest building, as you'll see here. Again, it's not my creative spot. It's still my bomb defend, but the concept is not mine. So I can't take creativity points for it, but it's still an overwhelmingly sick visual for an isolated bomb like Freight's bomb B, Next up, we have the 1-bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Tremor. This one required an initial lineup because I line up with clouds and those are not consistent. So once I did that initial lineup, I just hopped up in this corner, and the angle for this is absolutely insane. Even if it's just a 1-bounce, it's still remarkable. So here we go. Goes straight over, bounces off of the ceiling there, out through a small window, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Mutiny. You want to plant right about here in the grass. And then you want to get in this corner. This one is, involves you lining up with this wall as shown and waiting for your enemy to start diffusing. And once they do, just fire your tube. The direction of travel is unique in a way where it goes both off of this wall and then off of a neighboring adjacent roof. And then it bounces off of one of the branches, taking out the diffuser. I'd say for Mutiny, that's pretty damn good. Oh man, I gotta remove a lot. Next up, we have the only behemoth throw knife spot. It is the legendary 3-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A. This one involves you aiming for the highest structure on the map. And the angle is just insane. Truly. You'll see here that it bounces in a way where it's inverted, goes off the bottom of that, and then bounces off of 2 surfaces off of that building, taking out the diffuser below. Truly a marvel of my bomb defense. I love that one so much. Oh boy. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 2 of 2. This one could have been legendary, but honestly, I wasn't quite feeling it. Still, it's incredibly sick, but I don't know. You're in a very compromising position getting here, but once you're lined up, you just fire your cast set when ready. It's designed to bounce off of this surface and then bounce in a direction of the water that leads up to the pipe. And you'll see, it's a very contradictory set of directions here. So you'll see there, goes over this rock, bounces off the water to the left, and then bounces back into the pipe, taking out the diffuser. Still remarkable. Oh man. Next up, We got the legendary 3-bank strong arm throwing knife, or not even strong. No, it's not. It's not strong arm. It's no strong arm. I should have fixed that in the visual. But it's on Free Fall's Bomb A. Now I know you're looking at this and you're thinking, oh, it's gonna bounce off of so many different, rooftops and buildings. This is perfect. But no. A lot of the high-end structures of free fall are collapsing and falling, so they're not dependable structures in order to bounce a throwing knife off of. That said, I still managed to find something kind of remarkable here. It does have a long hang time. You throw your knife and it bounces off of a ventilation shaft, off of the debris as well, and then off of the ground, taking out the diffuser. Free fall has it, man. I'll tell you. Next up, we have the first of 3 legendary 4-bounce ricochet tubes for the map of Siege and Bomb A. The first one involves you going towards the Federation side of things, and you're teetering on the outside of the map. Crouch and line up with the debris as shown, or destroyed concrete or whatever the hell. But the tube defend is actually designed to bounce through a void in a neighboring roof, to bounce off the high end of a ledge, to travel all the way to. It's very cool. It's very cool. Bounces off the bomb and off the ground a couple times, maybe, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Stormfront. The reason why this one is not higher up, even though it has the most bounces for any of the bomb defense that I did find for A, is because of its location. And the bounces are sick, but it follows a staircase-like fashion. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's just something more that I wanted to find. And it does have quite a bit of hang time as well, but after you get lined up in that wall, you'll see that the tube goes through that glass, off of the floor, and then just descending staircase type of fashion, where the final bounce is off of the ground near the books, taking out the diffuser. Oh boy. My fucking throat. Next up, we have the only legendary spot for Showtime. It involves you planting right here on the corner of B, and then you want to get in this corner, crouch, line up with your tube crosshair as shown. This is actually a unique angle. I didn't expect this to work, but it did. It did. So right about there, you'll see that it goes right off of this wall, and then it bounces through the grid little system near the roof, and then to this wall, and then off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Yeah, Showtime has a legendary spot. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Sovereign. This is the first of the 2. You want to get onto this little corner here and line up with your bottom marksman rifle crosshair. It's the key here. But once you have that done, make sure you don't have steady aim either. But this tube is intended to travel through all the technology and beams in the middle of the map, and then it bounces off of the ground at a high angle. You'll see here, and then bounce off the number 9, and then bounces off the ground again. Truly. That's cool. I wish it could have bounced off that wall, but it wasn't to be. Next up, we have the legendary 3 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Bayview. You want to get in this corner and you want to line up with this hedge. It's actually solid, so you can bank shot off of it. But again, make sure you pay attention to where the crosshairs are. It's intended to bounce off of both the hedge, the adjacent building towards the right-hand side of B, and then also towards the top part of a cylindrical aquarium. So you'll see here. I think it's a unique angle, and it's also a smooth transition where it just barely misses the ring there and just takes out the diffuser. It can bounce off of the bomb and the ground as well, or I should say in the other way around, but you know what I mean. It's capable of those, so I included that number in there. Next up, we have another retired bomb defend due to inconsistency. This is the 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Warhawk. you know, the visual graphics did change, and it definitely meant that I would not be able to hit this bomb defend in good faith. So I decided to retire it. This is actually one of the most recent spots that I had to retire. But it's okay, because I did find something much better on top of that. But to see it in all of its glory, here you go. So it does bounce off of this roof, it does bounce off of the barrel, the picket fence, and then also the ground, taking out the diffuser. But the alternative that I managed to find in spite of that was much more sick. It is the legendary 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube, and you want to plant it right about here. You want to go along this wall, and you want to line up as shown with your marksman rifle crosshair. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But this has quite a bit of hang time on it. Let me tell you something, brother. But yeah, it truly does. So you see here, it soars up in the air, bounces off the rounded roof, bounces off a pipe and the wall, and then bounces off the ground maybe once or twice, taking out the diffuser. This was actually the spot that I showed in the early going of the video through the split screen as a visual representation of how I found my spots. So, next up, we got the legendary 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Departed. It involves you going all the way back to your spawn, getting into this corner right here, and lining up with your tube as shown. So once you fire your tube, it's intended to bounce off of a neighboring roof, off of a building towards the left-hand side of A, and then it's supposed to dribble off the ground, you'll see here. And it depends on how far your enemy is. If they are kind of close, then like it might hit them on the 3rd bounce, but if they're further back, it'll hit them on the 4th. Next up, we have a relatively recent bomb defense spot for Dynasty. It is the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B. This one, I wasn't going to call legendary until I saw the final bounce. The first 2 were okay, but the final bounce is really weird looking. In a good way. In the best of possible ways. So you'll see here. So once it bounces from the side of the building off the initial surface, it does bounce off of an adjacent roof, but then afterwards it bounces behind the stairs, just barely off of the tread, and then takes out the diffuser. Again, it's sick. Next up, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Whiteout, and this one has quite the hang time. I do believe this has the most hang time for any bomb defend on Whiteout, and tied with, like, I think 5 other spots with the longest hang time of all. But here you want to use this rock with the marksman rifle crosshair as shown, and then fire your tube, where it just soars in the air and you have to wait a long time for it to hit your target. So I recommend you fire it before your opponent starts to defuse. But look here, like it travels straight over this building, bounces off the snow, bounces off these boxes. Remarkable, breathtaking visual, and the angle was crisp. Truly a legendary spot. Oh man. Next up, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on chem version of Strike Zone. You want to go in this slanted corner right over here. It's invisible, but you can wedge into it, and then use your marksman rifle line up to get it as shown. You can pause it if you need to see it. But yeah, chem version of Strike Zone I do appreciate because it does have the openings in the roof that would have impeded a bank shot anywhere remotely like this on the regular variation of Strike Zone. So I was able to take full advantage of that here. And as you can see here, the tube goes off of this broken insignia and then bounces off of the concrete, debris on the roof twice, taking out the diffuser below. Remarkable. Next up, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Tremor. This one was remarkable for a myriad of reasons, but Paramount among them was the journey that it travels through. I do believe that the bounces that this tube defend has is like threading the needle on so many different types of debris. Yep. So once it bounces off, it does go high up on the neighboring building that's, overlooking B-bomb. You'll see here, goes over through the debris there, and then bounces off a final time, taking out the diffuser down below. Truly a remarkable spot for Tremor. Tremor is very underrated when it comes to bomb defense spots. You can find a myriad of spots there. Next up, we have the second legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Siege. Excuse me. You want to crouch and line up with these boxes that are about right here, and use your throwing knife as a guideline here. But once you're set up, just wait for your opponent to start defusing. The angle for this is not what's impressive to me. It's the visual and where the tube actually manages to travel. So you'll see in the kill cam, it does have a 5-second hang time, but you'll see here. It goes up, bounces off of this adjacent roof, bounces off the dirt, and then bounces through the bomb. It might do an additional bounce off the ground, but I typically don't count it, but it takes out the diffuser regardless. Truly a remarkable bomb defend. Next up, we have the only legendary spot for Sub-Zero, which is on Bomb B, the legendary 3-bounce. And this one, I looked to the structure, or not the structure, I should say, I looked to the ice mound that was, right next to Bomb B. And then I looked next to the snow tractor that was, towards, behind it. And I actually managed to find a tube defend that bounced off of both. You'll see here, it bounced off the tip of that snow patch and then off the snow tractor, taking out the diffuser. Just overall ingenuity, man. Oh, man. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Stormfront. This one requires another bomb plant on a set of books. I'm an author, so I love that shit. But you want to basically go in this corner as the initial lineup shows. Because the next set, there's so many different shapes and markings on this table that you have to crouch and line up with. But for the actual spot itself, the tube does travel through areas where it kind of threads the needle, and that's what renders it more impressive than the 5-bounce that I had for Bomb A. So you see it goes through that window, off the ground, off there, just barely missing that, and then off that surface, taking out the diffuser below. Ooh, man. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Warhawk. You want to plant right about here, and what I was going to say is this spot is actually a derivative of WWK Hazes, or maybe it's WWK Defends. I'm trying to figure out which one it belonged to, but I saw WWK's hit a variation of, or not even a variation, but a spot where the tube defend travels both off that wall and off that roof. What I decided to do was I bounced it leftward so it would bounce off of the far end of the bomb, and it managed to bounce off the bomb twice before touching the wall here, taking out the diffuser. Derivatives, man. Can't give myself creativity points for that one. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Stormfront, and unlike the predecessor tube defense spots, this one does not travel in a staircase type fashion. It's actually closer to the 4-bounce ricochet tube that was on Octane's Bomb A. So I lined up with this wall. Again, the foliage is tough to kind of get a line up for, but again, pause the video if you need to see it. And it just goes you'll see the direction that it travels. It's actually it has a breathtaking visual, and then the final 2 bounces contradict the initial angle. So you see here, goes straight over, bounces off of the rocket part of the bomb, and then bounces backwards, taking out the diffuser off the ground. Oh boy. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Freight, and this is one of those spots where the concept is not mine. All it is the lineup that's changed. But again, I can't say that this is my spot in good confidence. I can say the lineup is mine, but not the spot itself. But as you can see, it bounced off that wall, bounces off of these neighboring roofs twice, taking out the diffuser down below. I do truly like that spot, and once I actually manage to get it down pat, I'll probably go for it online. Alright, next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on attain. It involves you going over towards your spawn side, lining up with this convoy vehicle, just the back of it, and once you're ready, you just stand up and then fire your tube. It does travel in a unique angle where it does miss a lot of objects. You'll see here. But yep, it goes over there, just barely missing the palm tree, through the decor, bouncing off the ground, and then a stark angle off of the wall, taking out the diffuser. Oh boy. These wires, man. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on regular strike zone. And what I was saying before about the chem version of strike zone having the openings in the roof, this version of strike zone has none of that, at least that you could take advantage of with a tube. But with this one, it actually travels a fair distance. It goes through this tiny window here, bouncing off the ground and then bouncing under the counter to take out the diffuser. I do think that's more impressive than the one on chem. I'm sorry. It truly is. It's an isolated area. Next up, we have another legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Bayview. But this isn't a legendary one for the, how should I say? It's legendary because of the final 3 bounces that it takes, but the first 2, they're not bad. The first surface is, this wall, and you're aiming kind of low, but, bear with me, because this is kind of what's needed here. So as you can see, it bounces off that surface. It does bounce over a hedge onto another wall, but the final 3, just look at this. Off of here, off of that wall, through the bomb. That's what makes it legendary here. And then it bounces a final time off the ground, taking out the diffuser. It's like dribbling a basketball. It's crazy. Next up, we have the only bomb defend for bomb B of Behemoth. This was an incredible challenge for me, but you had to be a short distance away. I lined up right here along this wall. So once you're ready, you just pull out your tube, and then, fire when they start diffusing. It does bounce off of 2, I should say, perpendicular walls, and then it bounces off the ground a couple of times, taking out the diffuser. Again, it's truly legendary. It was so tough to get an angle through there, but it managed to work. And just look at that. Truly, truly remarkable. Oh boy. Next up, we have the other legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Sovereign. I saw different, I'll not say variations, but I did see a spot where it does a similar type of motion, where it bounces off of the roof that's very high up. But on this one, I added an extra bounce to it by, going towards the back here and then, having an initial lineup and then crouching. Has a decent amount of hang time to it as well. So you'll be able to see here. Goes straight up off of this roof 3 times before dropping down and taking out the diffuser. Definitely a pinnacle for bomb defense on Sovereign, but not the best. Not yet. Next up, we have the legendary 5 to 6 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Prison Break. This was actually one of the first bomb defense that I actually managed to find for Call of Duty Ghost, where it bounces off of this rock. Again, rocks are incredibly difficult to find bomb defense for, but I managed to find one where it's off the top of the sniper hill and then bounces off the ground, off the ceiling, off the wall, off the monitor to take out the diffuser. But when I hit this online, here's the tricky part. The positioning and where you have to go, you would have to already be set up to be in an ideal position. The only reason that I was able to be in this position was because my teammate actually managed to distract the final guy, and that prevented me from getting my back shot up, from this location. Again, I wasn't, I was very lucky. I was very lucky that he was there, and it wasn't like it was somebody who knew I was going to go for bomb defense either. I had to inform him, but he did follow, and, he was nice enough to allow me to hit this. So, shout outs to that teammate. You're awesome, bro. But, yeah, the reason where the 6 bounce comes in is it can bounce off the ground depending on where the enemy is positioned. And because of the hang time, the opponent actually managed to defuse there just in time. But, bro, my reaction to this was insane. He backed into it and hit his fucking foot. That's crazy. That is so fucking crazy. Next up, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on free fall. This is far and away the best bomb defend for free fall. You want to plant right on this, plank of wood, and then you want to get towards Federation's side. And then I lost my way a little bit when looking for the lineup for this wall, but once I managed to find it, you just bank shot your tube off of this broken part of wall. It is intended to bounce off of 2 other walls you'll see in the kill cam. So here it bounces off of here, bounces off the top of this wall, and then bounces near the top of another wall to travel backwards into the bomb. Truly remarkable in terms of a visual. I love that visual. Next up, you have a legendary 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Tremor, and I explained this one several times. I actually found this on accident while on PS3, but I was looking through this little debris kind of dicking around, and I was like, you know what, this would be the ultimate troll bomb defend, right? If I just shot through here and be like peekaboo and the tube just comes out. But no, the tube actually does something I've never seen a tube defend actually do, where it bounces off the bomb at such a velocity that it travels upwards and bounces off of the ceiling twice before touching the diffuser down below. That's crazy. It's almost like it went to heaven and then came back. It's like, gotcha, bitch. Truly. Next up, we have one of my favorite bomb defends for Ghost. It is the legendary 2 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B of Chasm. And you want to get in this corner. I use this, hanging debris that looks like hanging meat that you'll see in a refrigerator. But again, use your marksman rifle to line this up. It provides a wonderful and distinct angle where it goes through, it bounces off of that structure and then it bounces off of the fucking, the floor through this window, taking out the diffuser. That is insane. That is such an insane angle and, visual. Truly. Next up, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Stormfront. Now, I should say the legendary requirements are, for the 3 bounces, they only are for tube defense. For throwing knives, it's much harder to get 3 bounces, so I don't even bother with that. But for tube defense, that's where the 3 bounces come in. And this one right here, after the initial lineup, you bounce your tube off of the windowsill. It does bounce off of this circular structure and then bounces off of the side of the tiniest window towards the top, taking out the diffuser inside. Truly remarkable. Truly. As an artist, I gotta say. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defend for bomb B of Flooded. Again, it's incredibly isolated, but I used a strong arm throwing knife to bounce off of, there's a doorway where I bounced the knife off the side of. You'll see in the kill cam. But the angle is very distinct, and you'll see here, bounces through that doorway and then off of the wreckage behind the desk, taking out the diffuser in a dirty fashion. That is crazy. Next up, we have the legendary 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Octane. Now, when I was talking earlier about the throwing knife that bounced off the fender of the truck that was neighboring over behind B-bomb, that's kind of where this tube defend actually set to travel, but there's extra bounces that go along with it, and it's tougher to get a tube defend to bounce off the fender than the actual throwing knife. I had a lot of trouble with the initial lineup because the visual graphics for the markings had changed, but again, it's like truly remarkable. You'll see it bounces off the concrete slab, and the kill cam will illustrate, the other bounces. I'm getting raspy as fuck. But, yep, goes straight up in the air like an eel, off the fender, off the sand twice, taking out the diffuser. I love that spot so much. Oh boy. Now then. Next spot, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Chem version of Strike Zone. This one requires you to go over here and crouch where you're lining up with this broken, structure over here. I like this roof. And, just fire a tube. Now, this is actually one of the first bomb defense that I managed to hit for PS4 online. Back when people weren't really aware that I was going for Bankshot at the time. But as you can see, it goes off of that roof, bounces off the side of that truck, and then bounces back in, taking out the diffuser towards the side. There used to be the old visual where it bounced off, that broken sign that's in the ground, but I don't think it does that anymore. So, the reason why I put this one first was because I planted on the wrong side completely, and the person was so paranoid of getting hit that she ends up running in the position where the tube actually does land, and it just, it's dumb luck and demon timing of how I was actually able to pull this off. There should have been no conceivable way that I should have been able to hit this spot the way that I did. It is dumb luck. It dribbled, she ran out of the way of it, only to run back into it, and it's the funniest fucking thing. Truly. This was actually somebody that I recently played Safeguard on Sub-Zero with, and she did a wonderful job. But here we go. Bounces off. That is absolutely crazy. She just runs into that shit. But here's the first time that I actually managed to hit it. And it was on my buddy Jasm. I was going to say, he's a good player, so I was not going to risk firing it immediately and having him, find my positioning. So the motion sensor went off. I had to kind of estimate what time he would be at the bomb. And, for the people that I hit, it seems that they just run into the shit. I have no idea. I've never hit a stationary opponent, for the spot ever. They just run into the shit. Maybe it's a moth, going for the light or some shit. I don't know. It goes straight over it. Again, that shit is just insane to me. Now, you won't be able to hear my reaction much, but I was basically giving the equivalent of an orgasm. We're going to edit that out completely. Nope, you didn't hear it. Next up, we have the out-of-map one-bank strong-arm throwing knife for Bomb B on Pharaoh. This one was an impressive angle for me because I would have never thought about this. But there's a set of rocks out of the map where it has a distinct angle where I thought, maybe if I threw my knife like this, it could actually land back in, and luckily for me it did. It landed in a 90-degree angle, and the opponent does have to be standing or crouched in order for it to hit, but it's still a missed opportunity in visual to take out the diffuser there. Truly. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Favela. This is actually one of the recent spots that I found. You want to plant the bomb right about here, and you want to get up on this hydrant and crouch. Use your marksman rifle for the guideline here. And then when you're ready, just fire your tube. It actually cuts through the building that I'm, looking in the direction of. It kind of cuts through, not the roof, but there's a voided floor. There's a ton of, open space in that floor that it goes straight through, and then it bounces off, this side of the building, 3 times before it lands on the diffuser. Truly remarkable. Again, Favela is just built different. Next up, we have the legendary 2-bank strong arm for throwing knife for Bomb B on Siege. This is far and away the best bomb defend for Bomb B of Siege. The initial lineup was necessary because there was so much moving foliage in front of me that I could not depend on using any of those as, symbol for where I need to throw my knife. So using this corner, I managed to find just that, and then backed away into this corner where the throwing knife kind of threads the needle on several pipes before, touching the diffuser, and you'll be able to see in the kill cam what it does. Man. You see it goes all the way through, misses that pipe, bounces off the box and off the side of the wall, just barely taking out the diffuser, running into it. What is with people and running into my shit? Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Trimmer. Now, I like this one for a couple of reasons, but those stack of boxes that are next to the bomb, I always wanted to find a Bankshot off of. And then I also wanted to find a tube defend that traveled through the car garage, as throwing knife spots have. And this spot kind of, hits two birds with one stone. I was very proud that I was able to get this bomb defend, out there, because, good lord, I didn't think it was possible. And then I tried it, and I was like, you know what, I did it. And as you can see here, it travels through the garage, through that gap, bounces off the ground, bounces off the boxes, and bounces off of the asphalt slightly, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Dynasty. This is far and away the best, tube defend for Dynasty, requiring you to go near the stairs over here in this corner and crouch. You want to line up with the shadow as shown. You want to actually line a little bit inwards, because it tends to just be a little bit far off from where I planted. Well, not really. It's just the bot was kind of out of position a little bit, to the point where it actually had to hit him in the knee in order for it to register. But as you can see, it goes off the stairs and then off the side of the roof twice. I thought that was a remarkable angle and visual, very ingenuity-like. I can't even say words, bro. What the fuck is wrong with me, bro? I'm losing my literature. Next up, we have the legendary 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Containment. This one requires you to go into this building over here, line up with this wall. It does a contradictory angle, where you'll see in the kill cam, but it just barely manages to go over, the building roof, and then travel towards a wall, and then, bounce off of the debris. They'll just barely bounce over and take out the diffuser here. That's a very sneaky, sick one, truly. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Pharaoh. And like I said, a Bomb A on Pharaoh is incredibly isolated, but there are bomb defense that are possible from each respective entrance to the area. This one, when I found it on PS3 again, I was kind of like, what, this is not really decent. This is kind of but the angle is very sick. It does have a breathtaking visual, and the final bounce does contradict the initial lineup, kind of like the ignition spot, but this one is much better. But just make sure you shoot your tube before the enemy starts to defuse. Otherwise, it does have quite a bit of hang time. Oh man, as you can see here, goes straight up, bounces off the ground, and then bounces off of the side of where the railing of a staircase would be, taking out the diffuser. Oh boy. Next up, we have the legendary 8 to 9 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Freight. And, like I said in my previous video, I'm like, why the fuck would I have the tube defend with the most amount of bounces in Call of Duty Ghost, at number 42? But like I said, this is a derivative of a spot that already exists. This bounces off of a universal roof and building, where it's not very creative. You'll see it bounces off of this roof, off of that wall, off the roof a couple more times before bouncing off the bomb twice. The only thing that gives it raised stock is bouncing off the bomb twice, but it's still not a unique bomb defend in my opinion. I just added to what was already there. Still sick though. Next up, we have a more creative bomb defend, the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on departed. This one you have to plant right about here, and I looked to that particular limo near, like, that had all the different decorations attached to it. I can't even call it a limo. No, it's something used to carry caskets. But when I was looking at it, I was going like, you know what? I can't just line up where it bounces on the top of that. That would be too simple. So I saw the sides of the vehicle were kind of at a steep angle and slope. So I used a neighboring wall of that building that you see I'm looking at right now. The tube bounces off of this wall right here, over the cross, bounces off that wall and off the vehicle, taking out the diffuser after 2 bounces to the ground. Very awesome transition and very creative. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb Beyond Ruins, and this is by far one of my most complicated lineups. So pause the video or play it in slow motion if you want to get the hang of it. But you start off in this corner looking at this overgrowth, and then you back up just a slight bit until the top of your marksman rifle is at the top of that marking there, and then look back down where you originally were, looking. It's hard to explain, but like once you shoot off the overgrowth, it has a tremendous breathtaking visual where it soars over all of the rock formations here, and then bounces off of the slight edge of a small one, and then bounces off the lily pad, taking out the diffuser here. Alright. Whew, boy. Next up, we have the out of map 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on ignition. This one was one of my more recent bomb defends, and the pipeline that's on the outside of the map, I already know somebody used the tube defend for that initial lineup. All I did was do a throwing knife version, but it's in a location where it's much more discreet, and honestly I just love it, truly. As you see it here, bounces off the pipeline through this little gated area and then bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser in the leg. I just love that. Oh boy. Next up, we have the legendary 4 to 6 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Prison Break. And I've hit this 4 times. By talking about the spot itself, it's lined up with a rock, and rocks are incredibly difficult, again, to bank shot off of. And this one has it up to a 5-second hang time, so I recommend firing before it touches the diffuser. But with this design, it goes launches high up in the air, bounces off of both sides of the ground, and then bounces through the pipe. It might dribble for a couple of bounces inside the pipe, but it's not a likely occurrence. It can happen, but above all, let me just describe to you why this one is so effective enough to be able to be hit 4 times online. It's one of those ones where it's almost like the Overlord bomb defend for bomb B, where it's in such a, I think B-bomb might actually be the best, for Prison Break anyway. B-bomb on Prison Break is actually the best placed bomb for bank shotting, hands down, because it's such a small area for you to get something through, that when you actually are able to get something through your surface area, it's shrunk, but your percentage of hitting your target goes up drastically. So, about the dynamics of the tube, this one in particular goes side to side. So even if people are outside of the tube and they try to defuse, they will still get hit. And if they're inside the tube, they're going to get hit. So it really doesn't matter which way they are. Even if they're trying to defuse out of position, they will always get hit. That's the truth, unless they have a riot shield. But even with that, when it goes side to side in the pipe, it can counteract a riot shield. It can. I'm not going to pretend like it's incapable. You've seen what I was able to do. So, On the first two attempts online, I didn't get the kill cam for it, but the last two I did. So you'll be able to see a visual representation of exactly what I talked about when it came to being on the outside of the pipe area and being on the inside. Works either way. But yeah, definitely one of my most effective and sick bomb defense at the same time. At the same team? No, at the same time. What the fuck? At the same team? The fuck is that? I'm just drinking coffee at this moment to moisturize my throat because I've been speaking for a while. Good God, man. But you gotta make sure that there's, like, I should say, when you don't even need to plant, really. Like, I planted in this clip, but you don't have to plant at all. As long as somebody plants B, you're capable of hitting the shot. Like, the shot? No, the shot. Don't even know what the fucking shot is. I don't, like, what is, I'm saying gibberish. But, like, yeah, again, soaring straight in the air like a fucking eagle. He's on the outside, boing. That's my buddy, bro, but, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. See, my bro, Clip City, man, he knows what's up, man. Like, I know every time I'm on the opposite team to him, he knows to take me out before I even try to plant, because he'll either not defuse it, or he, like, will wait until I'm dead and then defuse it. Like, so that dude, he cracked the code, which pisses me off, but the bro cat, he cracked the code. But, like, on this occasion, again, like, I hit my buddy again, which is Buns out in this case. And, again, it's just super effective. I feel like the best bomb defense, in terms of effectiveness, are ones that go in a general direction. That's just me. So, I mean, this is the final clip here, where you see it soars straight up in the air again. Like, I can't keep describing it. It's sick either way. Yep. Next up, we have the far and away the best bomb defend on Tremor. This is the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, where you're essentially very close to the bomb. It has a 5-second hang time, so make sure you fire this before your opponent starts to defuse. But what I can appreciate about this 5-second hang time spot is even if they shoot you in the back and you fire your tube right before that happens, they still can get hit, which is perfect, actually. Be a perfect afterlife tube, but let me describe what this does before I forget. So it goes off of that wall, soars over, bounces on the top of this roof, through that side wall, through the gap, off the ambulance and off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Can't get enough of it. Oh boy. Toasty, toasty, toasty. I don't even know why I have my headphones on. I don't need them. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube on bomb A on Unearth. This one was inspired by MW3, like the OG MW3's version of Dome, where I saw there was a hole, you know, caving atop the bunker, not through the entrance, but like through the ceiling. And I found on Ghost there was a way to actually Bankshot into that, where it could curve and bounce, like, you know, onto A bomb, which is precisely what the kill cam illustrates here. So as you see, goes through there. There's a slight corner in which I use to curve it to bank over to A, and it just manages to dribble on down there. I tell you, that's a perfect bomb defend right there. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B of Departed. It requires you to get in this little corner right over here with this brick, crouch, and then line up with the railing of the staircase here. And once you're ready, you fire your tube, where it has a decent amount of hang time to it as well. And, like, I do like the object in which it bounces off of, but let me just get in the kill cam where it, you know, soars in the air, bounces off this, off of that celebratory structure, and then bounces off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. Truly remarkable. Truly. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Overlord. This one I found on PS3, and the lineup was much tougher to, look for on PS3, but on PS4 the lineup drastically improved. It got so much easier, so I decided to give it a go, and what do you know? This happened. So, bank your tube off of that surface where it does a 90-degree angle bounce where it cuts into the ladder area. So you'll see here, goes to the ladder area, bounces off of the parallel walls, taking out the diffuser down below. I'm very fortunate to have been able to hit this spot online, truly. I love it. I do love this bomb defense spot. So, here we go. On the occasion that I hit online, I actually hit a throwing knife bank shot off the ground, and then I hit the ricochet tube. So, yeah, it's definitely dope. They don't make bomb defense like these anymore. Just kidding. But yeah, I do think Ghost is the last great game where you can get, I'm not going to say sick bomb defense. You can get some on Modern Warfare 3, the newer one, but it's not as consistent, and the visuals definitely suffer from the animation style that they have for the kill cams. But on Ghost, that's kind of like the last great hurrah for a lot of folks doing the bank shots and stuff like that, which is fine. I don't mind it. It's just, yeah. Yep. Another day, another dollar. Next up, we have the final legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A of Siege. This one requires you to go over here, and it's much like the Bayview's 3-bounce on Bomb A, where, you bounce in a way which contradicts the direction of a bomb. But, as shown, there's an object that's going to be impeding that path where it puts the tube back on course. And you'll see it here. Bounces off of this wall, bounces off of the side rock over there, and then bounces off of the brick wall, bouncing off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Incredible. Incredible. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Bayview. This one I found on PS3 as well, and recreated on PS4. You want to get in this corner, that's right here. Crouch, and then line up with the patterns on the wall, right about here with your marksman rifle crosshair. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. This is where the tube will go, bounce off of this wall. It will also bounce over the neighboring building, and also bounce off of a prism. I think it's a triangular prism or something like that, where bounces off of that sign and then bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Truly, with that building in the background, it definitely added to the visual. Next up, we have far and away the best tube defense spot for Gold Rush. It is one of the most popular bank shots on my channel. As you can see, it's the first moving structure bomb defend, where I go in this central structure. I always thought there would be something to do with the central structure on Gold Rush, which elevates and, about to say depreciates, but no. But still, banking it off of this spiraling wheel that holds in place, you're able to get a remarkable and very creative bomb defend, where it soars off that wheel and then goes high up in the air, bouncing off of the back of the train, taking out the diffuser. Again, that is truly a pinnacle of creativity. Truly. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Flooded. You want to plant right about here, and then once you're ready, concoct, go over here where you're under the solar panel. I actually always wanted to bank shot off of the solar panel right here, but I couldn't do anything from the top side, so once I got beneath it, the angles became that much more possible, so I used that. And the first tube missed, but the second tube, which I fire in the exact same spot, it's the kill cam is just more than I could have hoped. Not only is it incredibly creative, but the kill cam did not, the aesthetic did not suffer. So you'll see here, bounces off of that, bounces off the ground and off the bomb in a hump-shaped fashion, before landing on the ground one last time to take out the diffuser. What an incredible bomb defense for Flooded. I think Flooded is an unsung hero for bomb defense for this game. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb beyond ignition, and I do believe this tube defend is tied for a couple of others where it has the most amount of hang time, but you want to line up with this sloped side of the wall here, and it just soars in the air high up and then bounces off of the building that watches over B-bomb 3 times. You'll see here 1, 2, 3, and just gently floats back down. I found that one on PS3 and recreated it on PS4, but it's still one of my sickest bomb defense to this day. And I do hope to hit it. It's you could probably get killed and then do it. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Behemoth. Now I have confirmed, forgive me, I have confirmed this online recently, but I originally confirmed it many more months ago. But the overall spot itself, you want to line up with this wall and then fire your tube in a way where it bounces off of that central crane structure, and then it bounces off of an adjacent roof twice, and then it also bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Now, I actually had to edit this clip in here. Make sure my cat's in here. Come here, girl. But yep. When I hit this online, like right here, this was an added clip. I had to edit this in here. But yeah, again, originally I hit this twice, but I didn't, it didn't save the first time that I hit it. So here's a second account witness. I got my buddy H2O right there. And, I fired a bit too late, but I still managed to get the kill. I was going how the fuck do I fire too late? But, that it is what it is. So, I was just over here, and for whatever reason I didn't fire. And it cost me. But I still managed to hit it. I'm cool. I'm cool with that. At least I managed to hit it again online. Yep. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Earth. This one, you see the egress in which I exited from is directly where the tube is going to go. Luckily, I gone over to B side, and I always wondered if I could find a bomb defend in which a tube or throwing knife can go through that opposite entrance, and this one managed to do so. But had those boxes not been slanted, I wouldn't have been able to get the leverage and the slope necessary for it to travel the distance and go through all those objects to cut over off the ground and bounce off the bomb in a very discreet location. Look at that. That is just so insane to me. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on freight, and this is far and away the best bomb defend on freight. You want to go in this corner and you want to line up with these stack of pallets over here. Again, pause the video if you need to see the lineup. It does provide a long, this is a 5-second hang time tube. So make sure you shoot this before your enemy starts to defuse. But once you're there, look at this. It goes soaring up in the air, bounces off of this adjacent roof, bounces off of the box, and then bounces backwards, taking out the diffuser. What a kill. If you hear a thud, my cat keeps jumping up and wants to cause noise. Next up, we have the legendary 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on collision. So for here, you want to get in this corner. I line up with the tallest structure on the map. It's not the highest throwing knife that I found, but it's damn near close, where it just bounces off of the side of that and off the top of it in order for it to gently float back down to B. So as you can see, goes all the way up, banks twice, taking out the diffuser. My god, it's so majestic too. Collision definitely, I wasn't expecting Collision to have so many sick bomb defense, but it's only for bomb B. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Whiteout, not Warhawk, Whiteout. And here you want to line up with these rocks that I'm right next to here. You'll see it. There's a marking in there that looks almost like a popsicle. or maybe like a push pop or something. I don't even fucking know. But you shoot your tube off of that, it travels towards the right hand side, and it also hits a rock that's on the verge of being out of the map, bouncing back into the doorway, bouncing twice off the ground, taking out the diffuser. That is such a stark and unique angle that I wouldn't think possible. But it works. Truly a marvel. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defend on Mutiny. It is the legendary 3 bounce on bomb A. You want to plant the bomb right about here. And then once you're ready, you get in this corner all the way back towards Federation spawn. You want to line up with your marksman rifle at these particular markings that look almost like the yin-yang symbol. But you want to look on just to the point where you see a right angle form. It's very tiny, but there is one there. And once you're there, just shoot off the wall. As you'll see here, it goes high up, bounces off of the boat, and then also the side member near the bell, taking out the diffuser. It would have been cool if it bounced off the bell, but I already have a bomb defend that bounced off the bell. I don't need another one like that. It would have been cool. Next up, we have the legendary 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on collision. You want to plant right about here. This one involves you bouncing off of a water tank, and then it, just like the throwing knife that was near the very beginning, no pun intended, this tube also bounces off of that broken side of the bridge that overlooks B-side, and then it also bounces over, hitting the adjacent wall towards the right-hand side, bouncing backwards, and then also capable of bouncing off the ground from the height and angle that it did. Truly was remarkable. I wasn't expecting anything like that for collision, but you know, this map is full of surprises. Trust me. Next up, we have the far and away the best bomb defend on Pharaoh, the legendary 5 bounce for bomb A. This time using the the leftmost entrance. You want to line up with this particular platform as shown, and then once you're ready, you crouch. This bomb defend exceeded all of my expectations because I always wanted to find a tube defend through here, but I wasn't quite sure how until this happened. Like, oh god. So here we go. It bounces off this platform, off this wall, off this platform, off that thing, off the ground. Like, dear god, it does so many different bounces in such a short period of hang time. It's crazy, but I love every single bounce there. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defense spot for Gold Rush. I was about to say Dynasty, but no, it's Gold Rush. You want to inch your way onto the track and to plant the bomb as shown. Again, A is in a very isolated location, so I'm out here looking far and away to a distant rock, but I use the box to line this up because it's incredibly difficult to line it up otherwise. But again, this is such a unique and stark angle that I wouldn't thought of possible, but it took me 10 minutes to find this in recent times. So you'll see in the kill cam what exactly it does, and by far, it's definitely one of my best throwing knife spots of all time. You'll see here, goes all the way through, bounces off of a distant rock, and just dribbles off of the track at a 90-degree angle, taking out the diffuser. By God. Gold Rush. Fucking Gold Rush. Next up, we have the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Favela. This one involves you going towards this wall right over here and looking with your marksman rifle. Again, use your bottom, like beneath the center point of the crosshair. Just pause the video and look and see where I did, and then crouch, and then fire your tube. This was just insane. Good God. So as you see here, it bounces off of there, bounces off the bridge, bounces off that slanted patch of wood, it bounces off the ledge, and bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Again, Favela is just rich with bomb defense spots, truly. It's one of the best, as you'll see. Oh boy. Next up, we have the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Stonehaven. This is far and away the best bomb defense spot for Stonehaven. You want to get in this corner right about here where you get to this patch right of green right here. And once you're wedged in, you want to crouch. So you'll see here. And then look to the stone wall as shown. But the angle of this is remarkable. I always wanted to find a tube defend that bounced off of the flaming roof of the adjacent building, and boy howdy did I find one. But that's not all. It bounced off that wall, off that flaming roof, through the doorway, off the ground, off the doorway, and then off the ground again, taking off the diffuser. Taking off? No. What the fuck? Yeah, we're just taking off the diffuser from the game. No, I guess taking off the diffuser from life. But, yeah. When I hit this online, I didn't actually get the remaining 3 bounces in there because he tried to diffuse away from the position in which the tube was hit. So, I ended up capping him in a foot. It did kind of damage the visual a little bit, but I know from, the private match tutorial that what this tube is capable of, I could probably do it again if I really wanted to. Just gotta be vigilant. But, yeah. I mean, this spot is that spot for Stonehaven. Bomb A, again, is incredibly isolated. There's stuff to do, but it's very tough because of the stone being inconsistent at times. But this spot is relatively consistent. So, I can't complain about that. But man, I would have killed to have more bounces in that kill cam. I was just... I don't even know. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defend for Octane, which is the legendary 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, and as you see, you plan on this corner. Now, pay attention to that yellow roadblock because it's going to come into play, as you see him at a 90-degree angle, practically, lining up with the sloped wall, or not sloped wall, but slanted wall that connects over. Now, when I looked to that roadblock, I always thought to myself, you know what, can something bounce off of that, and like go in the reverse fashion, and that's exactly what this did. So as you can see, it cuts over, soars over this building, bounces off the top of the roadblock, bounces back off the ground and off the wall, taking out the diffuser. Like, and in spite of Octane's limitations, that is like amazing. Next up, we have an infamous spot of mine, a leaning 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on whiteout. This one you want to plant right about here, and then you want to line up with this tree as shown. Again, pause the video if you need to see it, but again, it's a leaning bomb defend, and this is the highest a leaning bomb defend can go, honestly. Because, like, look at this. It performs a whole new angle different from the original spot that I did from that tree. Just look at this. As you can see, it goes off of this tree but goes left, and then bounces off of a steep angle of snow, cutting back into an isolated area, taking out the diffuser with style. Truly a wonder. Jeez God. Next up, we have the legendary 5 to 7 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Warhawk, which I also confirmed online. This one requires you to go next to this little drainage system, and then you want to line up with this wall as you crouch with a shadow, and then fire your tube when ready. This one has, like, I think tied for the most periods of hang time, aside from the one ignition. I think it has a 5 to 6 second hang time, where it goes to the side of this roof, bounces off the side of that truck door, off the sacks, and then bounces off the ground a couple of times, taking out the diffuser. That is the best bomb defend for Warhawk, hands down. Hands down. Godly. But, like, my major problem with doing this online is that you're planting so far out in the open that literally enemies can take your ass anytime they want. So you gotta be really certain that there's nobody back there. Otherwise, this is gonna fall flat. And, I had the opportunity to hit a double. I couldn't hit a double. Of course, it wouldn't let me hit a double for this spot. But don't worry. We're gonna get to another double bomb defend later in this list. Just, above all, for Warhawk, as much as you could do, this bomb defend was the pinnacle, and I'm proud of it. Yep, I am, truly. So as you can see here, boing. But the second one did not go. Unfortunate. That would have been so dope if it did. It truly would have been so dope. But we gotta do what we gotta do. Oh boy. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defend on Sovereign, You want to plant right about here towards this doorway. And then what inspired this is you want to get in this corner. I saw this structure that was right here, and I was going like, you know what? If I can bounce off of that, and if it can go backwards, we have something. And I always looked to the technology that was on the platform behind B, and, you know, that was incorporated in this as well. So, but look at this. Bounces off of this, just barely misses that, bounces off the wall, off the technology, off the doorway, and sometimes off the ground, taking out the diffuser. That is just so creative, and, like, again, it's the pinnacle of what you could do on Sovereign, hands down. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defense spot for Whiteout. It is the out-of-map 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B. And what made this one incredibly special was the initial bounce. Even though it was out of the map, it's not the only bounce that's out of the map on this bomb defend. Like, literally, there's 2 bounces that take place out of the map on this bomb defend, which makes it, like, tremendous that it's able to bounce back in. You know, going off of those pallets, I never expected the stark angle that it would take, but it has quite a bit of hang time where it goes off of this building that I'd never seen anybody bounce a tube defend off of. You know, bouncing off that roof, going all the way over to the bomb, taking out the diffuser. Like, that is just so unique on so many levels. Truly amazing. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defense spot on Chasm. I know WWK Electrify, aka BSB Cherry, managed to find a 5-bounce ricochet tube. That was kind of like, you know, towards the middle section where it bounced off a lot of debris. But I do think this throwing knife, from what I was able to find, was on par with that, because look at this. It was able to bounce straight up off of, you know, all that debris that's up there. And then it cuts through so many different gaps. Like, look at this. Travels all the way through and then does that slight bank off of that, cutting the opponent right in the fucking head. Like, bro, I don't know any throwing knife that does that, but it's incredible. Next up, we have the best bomb defend on Dynasty. It is the legendary 3-bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb A. You want to use this wall as a resource for your lineup, because this can be very difficult to line up. I use the cast that as well as a gauge point. You don't have to, you can use a throwing knife for it, but I prefer to use the cast step because there's more definition and there's more things to use as a guideline. But once you're ready, you do want to throw your knife before your enemy starts to defuse, because this has approximately a 5-second hang time. And, you know, it's designed to bounce off the tallest structure in the middle of the map. Like you'll see in the kill cam here. So it goes up, bounces off of the side of this roof, bounces off of this roof over here, and then bounces off that part of the roof, just dropping down and taking out the diffuser. Truly a marvel. Next up, we have a motion sensor spot. I know motion sensor spots are incredibly difficult and sometimes inconsistent, but this was the main one that was at least 50% consistent when I tried to hit it on, you know, one of my friends for the tutorial, because I couldn't hit it on a bot. The bot would always shoot the motion sensor. But what you want to do is line up with this tree along this triangle shaped marking. It's very difficult to distinguish, but you'll be able to figure it out. And the tube goes high up. It does bounce off of a rock that's close to the bomb, and then it, you know, bounces off the motion sensor. As you'll see, it goes super high up and then takes that angle bounce and off the motion sensor. It just barely nudged the fucking guy in the knee or something. Like, that's crazy. Got hit by the damn aura. Ay. Next up, we have far and away the best tube defense spot for Stormfront, but not the best bomb defend on Stormfront. You want to, you know, throw a knife through that window so you can break it, because this tube will not work without it. But you want to, you know, line up with this tiling. This is one of the most awkward and crazy angles that I ever had for a tube defend, because I bounce off of one of the circular structures to get through that window, but it's the side of it. Like, it's the side of the circular structure, as you see here, bouncing off of here, and then look at this, boing through that window, bouncing off the bomb. Like, it's not even supposed to do that 4th bounce like that, but, like, it can. But look at that, that's just... What the fuck was I thinking? Next up, we have far and away one of the best throwing knife spots I've ever found. It is the legendary 2-bank strong arm for bomb A. And as you can see, I hit this online twice. Oh no, 3 times, my fault. But it travels so far up. It is definitely the highest like traveling throwing knife in the game. Look how high it is. Like, it goes on top of this garage, banking off of the roof, and then bouncing off of the slight debris over here. Like, bro. And this was the incomplete version of like what I originally intended. Truly, like, to be able to get that much off of an incomplete version was crazy. So when I hit this online, I thought I hit the better variation of this, but I still, like, when I looked at the lineup again, like, if your lineup is slightly different, then you can only hit a 2 bounce, but if your lineup is more towards the right-hand side, or I should say more towards the left-hand side, my fault, then you're able to get the 4 bounce. But no, this one, I didn't even, like, talk much about the angle, but a lot of your teammates do plan in a predictable, a predictable location. So I didn't even coordinate with my teammates. They didn't even want to see this bomb defend happen. They were just planning all willy-nilly. They were randomers. And, one of them just so happened to spot me. So, I threw a first knife. Because this is a 5 to 6 second hang time, it gives me a lot of room for people who want to multiply do the diffuses and all that type of stuff. But, yeah, I was able to get 2 of them in the same round because of all that stuff. Like, that's crazy. That was truly one of the pinnacle moments of me being a bank shotter, for real. And on this occasion, I actually managed to get the kill cam, but notice what I did here. I actually managed to set up, like, planting, set up, and then also set up for the bank shot itself. Like, what? That should not have been possible, because there was not even one guy left by the time I was doing this. But I was just like, I don't know, I think I had a halo of ignorance or like something. Like, I don't know what happened there, but like I was able to escape from them just enough in the nick of time. And these enemies had ballistic vests, so the only thing that was going to be able to get a one-hit kill on the target was a throwing knife. And luckily, I managed to do just that. It was amazing, and like, Jesus Christ, bro. At 9 seconds, hit him on the 4th second. Like, God, Jesus. That's crazy. Ugh. Ugh, so beautiful. Ugh. It is so beautiful. But I did manage to find a throwing knife bank shot that surpassed it on Stormfront, Bomb A of all maps. Like, fucking hell. But this one I actually stumbled across by accident. Its lineup is actually fairly easy. But like when I was looking for the lineup for single player, because I did find it on split screen, that was a nightmare and a half. But once I did find it, it became so much easier. So you want to go in there and then, throw your knife as shown. It has a 5-second hang time again, and the angle of it is insane. It has a breathtaking visual, and each bounce did something very distinct. So you'll be able to see in the kill cam as I slowed it down. It bounces off the very side wall, like the top side wall here, and then bounced off this curving structure over here that looks like a bench, and then takes out the diffuser near the books. Like, whoo-wee. Stormfront has that shit, man. I don't know what to tell people sometimes. Next up, we have far and away one of my best tube defends ever. I think, no, not even I think, WWK Hayes actually told me that this was his best, like, this was the best bomb defend that he liked on Ghost. And I can't disagree with him here. Like, this one is incredibly, like, crazy for a lineup. Lining off of these rocks that are back here on B side, and then, once you fire your tube, you'll be able to see. But make sure the leftmost window is shattered already, or else the tube won't work. But again, just shoot your tube, and just look what this does. I'll explain it in detail. So here, it bounces off of this, bounces off of the central pipes, bounces off of the windowsill, taking out the diffuser. Like, that is such an insane angle, truly. And what's crazy about it is, when I hit this online, I didn't coordinate with my teammates to plant exactly where it landed. They weren't even, like, they don't care for bomb defense at all. But they actually managed to plant directly where I wanted it to go, which is just a coincidence full of luck. And I was already on B side. There was no way I was going to be able to plant the bomb on A side and then set up for this spot either. So they had to, they had to do that. And I just got very lucky that the window was already shattered. I just took a leap of faith, Don't put my coffee down, it's making too much noise. But yeah, like, when I hit this online, it was just, I didn't know how to feel. Truly. I still think, like, there's better bomb defense than it, but, like, on Prison Break, this is damn near the pinnacle of what you can find. It's crazy. My God. Next up, we got the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Ruins, and this one, you know how I say in my intros, like, welcome to my temple? Well, I actually bounce off, this wall, and then it bounces off of a literal temple. But that's not all it does. You see, again, B is incredibly isolated, and you don't think you would have an angle for where I shot at, but I did. Believe me. As you can see here, lined up with temple, bouncing off of 2 of the rock formations in a way where it could bounce down under and then bounce into that tunnel area. Like, Ruins has that shit. That is amazing. Perfect score across the board. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce strong arm throwing knife. This is actually the fully realized version of what I was trying to accomplish with the 2-bounce. And I have yet to hit this variation. And as far as the aesthetic for the kill cam, there's not really much to explain because it's damn near identical to the 2-bounce, but it does 2 extra bounces where it bounces off of the lower debris that's, towards the ground, you'll see. I do believe this is a 6-second hang time as well. As you can see here, bounces off the top, bounces off the slanted debris, and then bounces off of the bottom debris, dribbling off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. That's what I originally wanted, and, that's what it looks like. Next up, this one is the legendary 4-bounce, or I can't even say legendary, but out-of-map 4-bank strong arm throwing knife for regular version of Strike Zone for Bomb A. This one involved all of my creativity points here because I always looked at the tiny entryway where there's like a crack in the ceiling of Bomb A. It's the only crack in the ceiling that you can use, and definitely wasn't going to be able to get a tube defend through there. So using strong arm, I aimed high up with my throwing knife, going off the highest structure that's possible for a strike zone. And like you'll see in the kill cam, like it's incredibly insane. Like bouncing off of that and then just dropping down, bouncing off one of the cracked parts of the roof, taking out the diffuser. Like I initially thought that was impossible, but you can actually hit the person's legs if they're like prone behind that placement of the bomb, which is incredible to me. Next up, we have a bomb defend that I keep forgetting, but I still put the score up anyway. It's kind of between like a 96, a 95 area, but when I did this on private match for split screen, I accidentally found it on the first shot. Like I was literally like, you know what if I just fire this tube off of this truck like this and like see what happens? And by God, what I found should not even be possible. It's not like, I think it's the best bomb defend for like the chem version of Strike Zone. And honestly, I would place it high on the list, but I just forgot about it. I don't know how. But it goes off of that truck and then bounces off of the glass pallets in such a unique and unusual angle, taking out the diffuser there. Like, bro, like, what? How does that happen? I don't know. I don't know how that happens. Next up, these are the impossible mentions, so these don't get a score, unfortunately. This one is the, the 4-bounce motion sensor ricochet tube for Bomb A on Octane. Had this been more consistent, it would have been higher up. It still wouldn't have surpassed the legendary 3 to 4 bounce on Bomb B, but it would have been right behind it, in my opinion. But still, like since it's over here, since I did find it, I might as well put it, as an honorable mention. But as you can see, it soars straight up bouncing off of this building and then bouncing off of the motion sensor where the stack of pallets are. Sometimes it does an additional bounce off the ground, sometimes it doesn't, but it takes out the diffuser. But yeah, you have a 1 in a 10th chance of hitting that, like online. It's not worth it. Next up, we have the other one, which is the 5 to 6 bounce motion sensor spot for bomb A on containment. This one, if it was more possible, and it definitely has a higher hitting percentage than the one on Octane by far, but you gotta make sure that car is already destroyed, and the only way they cannot trigger this is if they go behind the car and not like in front of it. But you want to line up like with this corner or whatever the hell of this like building over here, and then once you're ready, fire your tube. I actually fired the first shot wrong, so I had to recalibrate and recenter the second lineup, and luckily I managed to get it back on track. But the kill cam for this, man, I just wish it was more possible than what it was. And it's unfortunate that the motion sensors like are so easily like triggered, because like for spots like this to exist, it's just, I thought that was the pinnacle of tube defense, honestly, for a certain point. But as you can see, it bounces off of the part of the roof twice, bounces off that awning, bounces off the motion sensor. It might bounce off the ground, but, you know, for the most part, it does, you know, still hit the diffuser in a plannable location. Damn it. I wish I didn't find that. But here we have far and away the runner-up here. This is like extra credit. Like, this is 100 plus extra credit. And you didn't see me do this in the tutorial, but there's actually a cinder block where I'm supposed to fire my tube, and I'm supposed to knife it to get it out of the way. So once I did the initial lineup, I go in this corner. There's supposed to be a cinder block on top of where I just fired, so make sure you pay attention and knife it. And once it falls down, like, again, this is just crazy. Bouncing off of that concrete slab, bouncing off of this part of the wall, through these wooden members off the wall, and then bouncing twice off of the stairs, counting in 7, I repeat 7 total bank shots, is a legendary and insane angle for Favela. Definitely one of the better bomb, you know, defends for the game. But number one, you already know what time it is. Number one is the best, hands down, is the legendary 6 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on prison break, and I had to coordinate negative angles because, by God, look at what I used to do the lineup. I used this building right over here, and I actually used a light fixture that was at the top of A side to kind of do an unusual bounce where it hits like 2 corresponding like walls. Like, even in slow-mo, I can't do it justice, but this is one of the best bomb defends of all time, in my opinion. And, like, you know, for a non-motion sensor, you know, or a camera spike spot, this was, like, the pinnacle of what you can do. Enjoy. Face the mountain. Bye.